And we are now live on YouTube. So this is the Intercultural Language Education Special Interest Group Teachers Month presentation for BRAZ-TESOL, and we'll be starting our live at 8 o'clock sharp. So here we are. Let's get started. Once again, this is the BRAZ-TESOL Intercultural Language Education Special Interest Group Teachers Month presentation. And we are happy to be here with a wonderful collection of panelists. And we're going to get started. People will be joining us. This is very, very early. This is a very early start, but people are welcome to join us at any time during the presentation. And let's take a look at our program for this morning. So we have a 4-hour session with 3 presentations. Let's take a look at the program on the next slide now. And here it is coming up. So we're going to start with a presentation by the Intercultural Language Education SIG leader, John Corbett, talking about what the SIG is and what it does. After that, we move on to part 1, which is called Connecting Hemispheres. There it is on the screen. Connecting Hemispheres, Global Collaborations. That's the part 1. Then we have a 15-minute coffee break. You are welcome to grab coffee or tea. Then we have Louise Potter with Intercultural Communicative Competence through Project-Based Learning. Then our second coffee break. And our final panel, which is Negotiating Local and Global Identities on Social Media, what we can learn from make tips by an indigenous Brazilian. So that is our program for this morning. We're very excited to be here. And we can now get started with our first part. So we're going to be moving on to part 1, Connecting Hemispheres, Global Collaboration. So we're going to move ahead now. And right there on the next slide, we have the key elements of what we're talking about here, what we're talking about in this first part. So there's a little delay here, but the slide will be coming up on the screen. The first element is language, because of course language is that with which we work every day, and how learning a new language can transform the lives of our students. Of course, that is connected with culture and the way we see language as an element of culture that cannot be separated from teaching culture. And while we do understand that different communities of people, different communities of learners have their own cultures, we understand that in a very important sense, every single interaction is an intercultural one, as each one of us comes to each interaction with their own cultural background, with their own preferences, with their own tastes. And that, of course, colors the way we listen to each other, the way we talk to each other, which, of course, leads us to telecollaboration, which is our main topic for this first part. And we're going to be sharing with you some of the challenges and principles and victories of a very successful telecollaboration project in which we have engaged. With that, we are going to move ahead to the next slide. And we're going to be listening to the leader of the Intercultural Language Education SIG, Professor John Corbett, a professor at Beijing Normal University, Hong Kong Baptist University, United International College, the author of a number of books, including Intercultural Language Activities and an Intercultural Approach to English Language Teaching. So without further ado, here's Dr. John Corbett.
Thank you very much, Bruno. Too early in the morning. Thank you very much, Ugo, for that lovely introduction. Yes, as he says, my name is John Corbett, and I'd like to welcome you to this morning of professional development. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here so early. We've got some fantastic presentations ahead of us. So I hope you're all sitting there in your pajamas with a nice cup of coffee, ready to relax and learn something about the work of the Intercultural Language Education SIG. As Ugo said, the Intercultural Language Education SIG was set up by Andrea Senti del Rio and myself about 15 to 20 years ago now, when we were much younger and I had darker hair and a darker beard. And we were always interested in this interaction between language and culture. And how do your beliefs, your attitudes, your perspectives on the world impact on the way that you communicate with other people from your own community and from other communities? So we've always been interested in this integral relationship between language and culture. And we feel that, again, as Ugo says, every interaction is an intercultural interaction. In every interaction, we present identities. Our identities are at stake. Our identities are being negotiated. And our identities are being changed through what the Common European Framework of Reference document likes to call the enriching experience of otherness. So when you meet with other people, as we are meeting today, that experience of otherness should be an enriching experience. So how can we as educators frame that experience of encounters with otherness to be as enriching as possible? So these are the kinds of things that we're interested in: identities, otherness, culture, belief, attitudes. And as the Intercultural Language Education SIG has developed, we have become increasingly interested in technical ways of doing that, principally telecollaboration. And through Andrea and Ugo and Crisia and Bruno, and others, some of whom you'll meet today, people from Colombia, people from Glasgow in Scotland, like me. We have brought together people from Brazil, from Poland, from Cyprus, from Argentina, and from various other countries like Macau and Taiwan in the East. We have brought these people together through computer-mediated communication. And we have had about 20 years of experience now of what happens when people begin to negotiate their identities, their selves, and their encounters with otherness online. So that is going to be the main topic of our sessions this morning. Generally, the Intercultural Language Education SIG presents different sessions on topics like telecollaboration. We're also interested in the way that cultural descriptions or ethnographies, tasks, projects. Louise is going to be talking about projects. So we're interested in how project-based learning, communicative tasks can be designed to encourage cultural exploration and reflection. And Louise this morning is going to be focusing on that topic. And ultimately, we're interested in how language encounters mediate between the self and the other. If anyone has read the updated and revised Common European Framework of Reference document, the one that was published by Brian North and others in about 2017, you'll notice that in the years between the first CEFR and the updated CEFR, the most important new word is mediation. We mediate between different cultures. So this morning is all going to be about exploration and mediation, constructing and reconstructing our identities. So I'm going to begin by looking a little bit about what identities are, particularly identities online. And this has become a very, very hot topic in the last 6 months. Because all of us are now presenting ourselves very largely online, especially for teachers. So we're now creating online persona. We always created persona going into the physical classroom. We're now creating online persona. I'm doing it immediately now, online, in order to interact with people. Not just people in the physical classroom, but people around the world. In this session, we have people from, I'm here in Piracaya in the state of Sao Paulo. We have people in Jundiaí, in Warsaw, in Rio, in Natal, in La Plata, and in Redondo. So in the session, we are bringing people online, and all of us are creating a different online person in order to encounter the other. And this gives us a very new experience in the history of the world. We can be. Now, this possibility is only something that has happened over the past 20 years. In my lifetime, I've watched it. I can be a local teacher and a global teacher at the same time. As Ugo said, I have just taken a job in Zhuhai in China at Beijing Normal University, Hong Kong Baptist University. I'm stuck here in Brazil because it's difficult to travel. So I'm teaching online with students who are physically in a classroom in China. And I still find it a miracle that I ask a question and they respond immediately. So they're in one place, I'm in one place. We're both local, but we're both global at the same time. And that has an impact on our identities. The way that we present ourselves, the way that we encounter each other is mediated by technology. So again, technology is a big factor. As I am communicating with you just now, as I'm communicating with my students, I'm creating a persona. I'm creating an identity. It might be related to the real me, whatever that is, but it might be something I present to. It's my public persona. It's my smiley version of the world. So I have a nice picture in the background. Ugo has got a nice Teacher's Month slide. Crisia, I can see, you're going to see Crisia later. She's got some nice books because she's an academic. Bruno seems to be in a phone booth somewhere in Natal. So we're all creating these personalities for you. And as we talk to you, you may be responding on YouTube. Ugo is monitoring your chat on YouTube, and we're negotiating our identities online. If I can predict anything about you as Brazilians, you're probably saying, good luck, break a leg, have a good time, be great, because that's what Brazilians do. They encourage each other. You are the best teachers and students in the world because you're just so nice and encouraging. So as we do this, we are creating certain types of interaction. We are creating certain types of interpersonal and intercultural relationship. And these things are also culture specific. Brazilians do it one way. I can promise you, Chinese do it another way. This is not deterministic. This is not essentialist. It's just a kind of propensity. It's a kind of trend. They can change. I have met enthusiastic Chinese students. Students, learners who are going into this digital world, who are encountering others online, have to develop certain personal qualities to do it well. And this was one of the very, very controversial, important, much debated aspects of the Common European Framework of Reference document when it was published in 2001, and again since it's been revised in 2017-18. We're not just teaching language anymore. When I started out many years ago, in the last century, language teaching was easy. I could teach grammar and I could teach vocabulary and my job was over. Now I have to teach you to be a particular kind of person, and that is social engineering, and that is controversial. But the kinds of qualities that we try to teach are qualities of curiosity, If you're going into an encounter, it helps with the communication if you're curious. So how do we teach people to be curious? How do we stimulate that innate curiosity that each of us has? And perhaps even more important than curiosity, we have to be resilient. As teachers particularly, we have to be resilient, because anyone who has been part of a telecollaboration, and Bruno in particular, who did his PhD on this subject, will know it goes wrong. It frequently goes wrong. Frequently, people who are encountering otherness do not find it an enriching experience. They get into arguments. There are misunderstandings. People take offense, sometimes over very unpredictable and very small things. So how do you mediate? How do you turn those obstacles into opportunities? What Michael Agar, I think Andrea is going to mention him, calls a rich point for learning. So how do we take the difficulties and turn them into opportunities? Those become the task of the language educator. So we're creating and negotiating identities online. And identity is a word that's very easily used. I have an identity, you have an identity. But if we're beginning to think systematically about telecollaboration, it helps to think systematically about identities and what identities are in the context of telecollaboration. So you have a group of students, let's say in Rio, and they are interacting through a computer, through their phones, through their devices, with a group of students in Poland, and a group of students in La Plata, and a group of students in Natal, and perhaps a group of students in Macau or Taiwan. What kind of identities do they bring to the table? What do we mean by their identities? So what I'm going to do for about the next 15 minutes is I'm going to try to break down this concept of identity so that we can think about it systematically in the context of telecollaboration. So Bruno, can I have the next slide, please? Great. Okay, thank you. I'm going to follow some research by Ushioda, published in 2011, that I found very useful when I've been thinking about the concept of identity in telecollaboration. And Ushioda suggests that there are 3 types of identity. There are more. There are all, but 3 is a good number to think about in 15 minutes. And they're all useful ways of thinking about what we bring to encounters with others through telecollaboration. So anybody, any learner, any facilitator who is involved in telecollaboration, which is bringing students together in different places through the medium of computer-mediated communication. People who join these projects have a situated identity. That is, they have an identity as a member of the project. It's the context, it's the situation. So that confers or gives them a certain kind of identity. So part of their identity becomes the identity of participant or facilitator in the project. It could be the hemispheres connection. It could be a learner at IBEO. It could be a learner at home, which is Andrea's school. It could be a learner in Warsaw with Krysia. They bring these contextualized identities, and as a member of the project, that becomes part of their identity. As a teacher, that's worth thinking about, because one of the first things a facilitator needs to do is to think about how much do these identities overlap in places. The learners, are they all coming with a similar or at least overlapping sense of what the project is about, what their roles and responsibilities are as members of the project? So some people come to the project thinking, it's great, it's a wonderful way to make friends, which is fine. And some people say, yes, this is an academic exercise. I am going to find out about other cultures and I will use this to write a term paper. And that is a slightly more academic identity, if you like. So the academic and the friendly person, they're going to interact, and they are either going to enjoy that interaction or not. If they're going to enjoy it, it's important for them to have at least some overlapping aims and a mutual sense of expectation. How often are they going to interact? How are they going to respond? What is expected of the response? So one of the is to think about the city identity, make sure that people are responsibilities as members of the project. Once you get into the project, and I always find this very interesting, you will find that some people are natural observers. So I always think of, she passed away a few years ago, but I always think of my Aunt Margaret. She was a natural communicator. She would start every conversation. Initiate, initiate, initiate. She didn't care who she was talking to, she would start a conversation. If she was standing at a bus stop, she would start a conversation with a total stranger beside her. And my Aunt Margaret's personality, her identity, is the best kind of identity to have at the beginning of a project like this. Those people who are natural, curious talkers. Not everyone is, but some people will be. So there will be the people who are the natural initiators. That's their discourse identity. Some people are natural responders. They wait. They wait until somebody speaks and then they get into the conversation. And then there are a few people who just lurk in any, they're not having a bad time. They're still learning, but they're observing. These are your natural observers. So these people have discourse identities. They initiate, they respond, they observe, they lurk, they hide and observe. One of our tasks as educators is to try to get people to extend their discourse identities. We have to observe what is going on, and we have to say, okay, you are a natural beginner, stop. Can you listen and respond? You're a natural responder. How about starting a thread? And you're a natural lurker. Can you do a little bit of responding? Can you do a little bit of initiating? It's not something that you need to impose immediately, but as the project evolves, you can begin to observe the natural, what people feel comfortable doing. The people who are comfortable beginning, the people who are comfortable responding, and the people who are really only comfortable watching. Their discourse identities. And you try to push them into different roles slowly. That's part of our job as educators, to gently lead people into new and slightly less comfortable discourse identities. And then there's my favorite type of identity. These are the identities that the students, the learners, the participators bring to every situation. They bring parts of themselves. Their identities are resources that they bring to conversation. So what is my transportable identity? Well, one of the things that we were doing before, the panelists were doing before this started, is we were talking about our pets. Louise has got about 5 different dogs in Jundayi. I have a very frightened dog who is hiding under the table because there is thunder and lightning outside. We are pet owners. We like talking about our pets. It's part of our transportable identity. Our pets become a resource that brings us together. And when we actually get into conversations, These are the things that we talk about. This is the substance of chat. And again, it's very interesting to look at. When learners begin to talk to each other, what do they talk about? They talk about their pets. They talk about their hobbies, like dancing. Are they football fans? Are they sports fans, etc.? So these actually become the substance of the conversations. So we can prompt these, we can encourage these. In the best projects that I have participated in, the learners begin to do this by themselves. So there should be a space in the best projects for the learners to initiate their own topics. At the beginning, we can prompt. At the beginning, we can frame. But there should be space for students to bring their transportable identities to the project. As an educator, I think this is a useful way to think about identities in a telecollaboration. What is the identity that the telecollaboration wants its learners to have, the situated identity? What roles, responsibilities, expectations does the project have? Different projects will have different expectations. What kind of communicators are the participants naturally? How can we get them to extend the range of their communicative roles? And then, what do they want to talk about? What aspects of their selves will they bring to the table when you give them the opportunity? That is always amazing to me, and it's always unpredictable. Next slide. Okay. So that's basically what I was saying. Situated identities, what are the expectations of the goals, friendship goals, learning goals? What are our mutual responsibilities as part of the project? How often should we interact? This is a big one. Some people want interaction every day. Some people say, I do that on Thursdays. And the people who want interaction every day, they want immediate responses, don't want to wait until Thursday. So they have to have similar expectations. What are the rules of engagement? Who talks? Does the teacher, I always worry about what the teacher does. Every time I participate in this, it kills conversations. But I have collaborators like Andrea, Bruno, Ugo, who are much better at actually intervening than I am. I'm too authoritarian at the end of the day. What is the role of the facilitators? Are we equals in this project, or are we authorities in this project? What kind of identities do the participants project onto us? Because that is going to affect the interaction. Some people think of us as peers. They want our opinions. Some people say, no, you're the teacher, keep out, this is our space. So these kind of dynamics have to be monitored and negotiated and mediated. What can we do if things go wrong? The best kind of project for me is a blended project. Some of it will take part online. Some of it will take part in that old-fashioned concept, the physical classroom. So if you still have a physical classroom, you can take people aside and you can have a face-to-face conversation with them that also supports what is happening online. That's the ideal. One day we will get back to it. Next, Bruno. Thank you. Discourse identities, as I said, what are the participants comfortable doing? What are they capable of doing linguistically? If we want people to start a conversational thread, they need to have the language to do it. If we want people to respond, they need to know that they have to respond with emotion. If you put your identity out there and somebody says, okay, you're not going to have a conversation with that person. If I tell you something about my pet Matilda, and you go, wow, great, amazing, so cute, lovely, dog, love him, I'm going to talk to you. So you're going to have to learn to use the language of emotion appropriately and enthusiastically. If you don't have enthusiasm and curiosity, you begin by faking it. So you need the language of curiosity. You have to, as I say, encourage the adoption of a wider range of discourse identities. We can model interactions in class or offline beforehand. We can say, what is a good discussion thread? And then we can look at, and for me, this is one of the great advantages of telecollaboration. You have the data, you can look at the interaction, you can take these back to the students and say, that went well. Why did that go so well? What was so good about that question that everybody answered it? What was so good about that interaction that everybody enjoyed it? Why did that one die? One of my own experiences when I was trying to model a good interaction with students is one week I said, I just want to ask a stupid question, and then I asked it, and nobody answered. So I went back a week later and I said, why did nobody answer my stupid question? They said, it's not sincere. Teachers don't ask stupid questions. So I learned something from that about my own identity in the students' eyes. There were certain things that I was not allowed to do as a teacher. As a teacher, I was not allowed to pretend that I was asking a stupid question with that group of students. So I had to be very careful in the way that I tried to initiate a discussion. So it's very good. You learn a lot about yourself and your own identity in the students' eyes as well. How do you, as a facilitator, start things? I've never asked a stupid question again. Bruno, next question. Sorry, I'm clicking on the slide myself. I'm so enthusiastic. The transportable identities are the chats. These offer opportunities to engage in usually affective discourse. People talk about things that they are emotionally engaged in. It's best when the topics emerge from the learners, but at the beginning, often we have to frame these, we have to prompt them. The things that I really like best, Louise will take this and run with it later on, are project-based tasks. Things that prompt reflections on the self, others' practices, attitudes, and beliefs. Sometimes we have to prompt the reflections, sometimes the reflections, over time, the reflections will come naturally. Very often in telecollaborations, I find that the learners don't really understand what they're doing until the very end of the project. And they look back at it and they go, wow, I just thought I was able. Next. Great. Oh, we're coming through. What's happening to my slide? There it is. I just want to give you, I want to finish off. I know I've got about 2 or 3 minutes left. When you want me to stop, Hugo, just type into chat, for God's sake, John, stop talking. But I just want to finish up by showing you a couple of good models. These are authentic examples from past experiences. This is discussion starter. So this is a student's discussion starter. This might seem like a bit of an odd question, and that's a great piece of language. This might seem like a bit of an odd question, but look at the way that that is so tentative. This might seem like a bit of an odd question, but, and that's a fantastic piece of language to start a discussion. I was wondering what everyone's favorite drink is, not including alcohol. I'm putting the important bits in red, 3 exclamation marks. You need the exclamation marks because this shows emotion. This shows genuine interest. Without the exclamation mark, it looks like a textbook exercise. Lots of exclamation marks there. Mine would have to be, you give your own opinion. If you want, you have to give. Mine would have to be that old British favourite tea, although I know many others prefer coffee. And then you laugh. A bit of a dull subject, I know. It's a stupid question, but it's a student, so it's allowed to be a stupid question. I thought it might be interesting to see how much we all differ in our basic preference. I would much appreciate everyone's thoughts and ideas. It is a beautiful discussion starter. You apologise for your question, you ask your question, you give your own response, and then you show gratitude in anticipation. So there's lots of good things there that you can draw upon to look at good discussion starters. So you can show that to your lurkers, you can show that to your responders, and you can say, can you ask a question in that style? Bruno. This is a response. There are two responses. This was a response to a question about fish and chips, and these were people from La Plata. Somebody had asked about fish and chips, British food, fish and chips, and these are more and less engaged responses, and I just want to compare them very, very briefly. They're both from La Plata, responding to somebody in Glasgow. And the less engaged response says, you are right, I'm from Argentina. The only thing I know about fish and chip shops is they're named very often in British novels. We don't have those kind of shops here. Okay, response number one. Response number two, I'm Jose from Argentina. It's true that here in Argentina, we don't have that kind of shop. However, we do have our equivalent here. If you ever happen to be in Argentina, more precisely in La Plata, you must try our special Milanesa con papas fritas. Here in La Plata, young people go to what can be called a shop, generally in a square or a park, where the special is prepared at any time. Generally, after going to a disco, like at 5 a.m. in the morning, we have breakfast with one of the specials, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Now, the question I want to ask is, who do you want to talk to? The second one shows curiosity in action. You talk about fish and chips. I don't have fish and chips, but I think, what have I got that is my equivalent of fish and chips? And I will give that back to you. So again, you can use this for reflection. Which is the better intercultural speaker? The less engaged or the more engaged? Both are perfectly good English. But these are the personal qualities that we begin perhaps by faking, but we're trying to encourage. Next, Bruno. I promise I'm not going to take much longer. Teachers' roles, then, to finish up. What do we need to do if we're getting involved in telecollaboration and thinking about identities? First, we need to think through the situated identities, ensure that everybody has a good sense of what the community expectations are. How are we creating our identity together? As the telecollaboration unfolds, we model discourse identities, we reflect on them as they unfold. We use them as the basis for further teaching. We monitor transportable identities developed through chat. We can reflect on threads in class, in the physical classroom line. Prompt through these reflections, deeper reflections and identities, we can say, why is food so important? Why are fish and chips so important? Why is tea so important to British people? Why is Milanesa con papas fritas so important to Argentinians? Why are these things, why are food and drink things that bring people together or push them apart? I'm going to China. First thing people say is, the food. So we can prompt deeper reflections on identities, attitudes, beliefs, practices, desires, via ethnographic tasks and class discussions. What does a fish and chip shop look like? How do people order it? What do you actually do with Milanesa con papas fritas? Do people consume them in the same way? What are the patterns of consumption? Okay, next, Bruno, because I can't remember. Oh yes, this I think is my final slide. Can you nod to me, Ugo, if this is my final slide? It is, thank you.
That's affirmative.
So if you're looking for ideas about integral tasks and ways to develop telecollaboration, this book, which is now rather old, came out, I think in 2011, but this actually came out of the experience of working on a number of telecollaborations. And a lot of the ideas in this book are based on successful interactions initiated by the students. This is me stealing my students and my colleagues' ideas and putting them into a... So thank you very much for listening. And we'll move on. Ugo, back over to you.
Thank you, John. Thank you for that. I realize I haven't properly introduced myself, by the way. I'm Ugo Dach, and I'm the communications coordinator in the Intercultural Language Education SIG. I'm from IBEU in Rio de Janeiro. and I'm delighted to see so many friendly faces here in the chat. As I said, here you are welcome to post your comments and questions, and we'll get to them as soon as possible. Now, that book written by John is really a starting point for me. That's how I got started in this entire world of intercultural language education. So I'm going to tell you a little story about how I got started and how I got to meet the wonderful people on this panel. So we're going to go on to the next slide. And that is when I can tell you that my story started at NILE, that's the Norwich Institute for Language Education in Norwich, England. And I was there for the first time in 2012. NILE is the most wonderful teacher training center that I've ever attended. And I was there for the first time in 2012 for a course on intercultural language education, intercultural teaching. And as I was there, as I was finishing my 2-week course, I delivered my final presentation. I met lots of teachers from other parts of the world. And you're going to see next, one of the teachers that I met was Carolina from Poland. And we developed our final project together. Carolina from General High School number 34, Igor Cervantes in Warsaw, and myself from IBU in Rio de Janeiro. We became friends. We delivered our final presentation together, and then we went on to keeping on working together. By the way, the gentleman on the left is Uwe Pohl, who is really the teacher that introduced me to the whole concept of intercultural education. It was at NILE that I was able to buy John's highly influential book, Intercultural Language Activities. And in that book, right at the beginning of the book, he proposes the creation of an intercultural community of learners, of an online community of learners, bringing together students from different countries, from different places. And I thought it was a wonderful idea. And I decided to try it out. So I talked to Carolina and we set it up. So on the next slide, we can see a big poster that really summarizes the first edition, which took place in 2013, of what we call then the Rio-Warsaw Connection. And we had, in that very first edition, 11 students from IBU in Rio de Janeiro, 11 students from the high school in Warsaw. And they got to know each other over the course of 10 weeks, each week exploring a different topic, first introducing themselves, talking about their favorite foods, places that are special for them, their favorite movies, their favorite music. And one partner that joined us right at the beginning and who has stayed with us ever since, who's still a wonderful collaborator, is Krzysia Robiak, who is now joining us and all straight from Warsaw, Poland. And I'm now inviting Krzysia to talk a little bit about her experience and the experience of her students in Warsaw in this project since 2013.
Okay, thank you, Hugo. So it all started for me in 2013, that's true. But in fact, I have to say that I had this experience from my childhood. When I was, I think, 10 or 13, I had an opportunity to have a pen pal. We were writing in Russian. We were like, you know, from behind the Iron Curtain, but I had a chance to write in Russian to a friend in Lviv, I think that was. So the idea was there. And then when my friend Carolina, who is exceptionally positive and curious, and that's like a very typical trait and maybe not very typical of Polish people. That's like a stereotype again, but that was unusual about her. And she started the idea, I mean, you started it with her and she came to Poland and she told us that she has started this project that it's with Brazil. So the first question of all students is, are we going to go there? That's the first reaction always. then we say no, it's online, but it's going to be, you can always do it if you want later on, if you make friends. So making friends is a good reason to start something like that for students. The very important thing for us is that it was in English, because our students learn Spanish and they are quite good at it. And we wanted a collaboration with a country whose language is not Spanish, to make sure that they use English. I think I will now explain how it works technically. It's 10 weeks of collaboration. During 10 weeks, I mean, each week, students get one task from teachers. So it's 10 tasks each every week. And at some point, we decided to also differentiate it so that we have 2 levels of difficulty. We used to have, I mean, it's been changing, but we had 2 levels for more and less advanced students. And in the beginning, I think it was somehow connected with the popularity of Facebook. There was this special moment, 2013, probably starting with 2007, Facebook was really a fad. Everyone had it. I think students were even more interested than teachers, and it was like the first connection between teachers and students, when students realized that teachers also do use Facebook and we can communicate with them. That was the first platform of understanding. So it was also very attractive because it was easy to upload pictures and short movies and whatever links you wanted to, and it made it really attractive for students, and they were enthusiastic about also teachers using Facebook. Now I thought about the benefits that come from using this, and the first idea that comes to my mind is, of course, I mean, to everybody's mind, I imagine it's defying stereotypes. But when you think about it, the first take on it is not so obvious, because the first name of the collaboration was Rio Warsaw Connection. Then it turned into Hemispheres Connections because we had more participants from more countries taking part. And this Rio Warsaw, even the name contains something that can be connected with stereotypes. That is, for Polish students, when they heard Rio, Warsaw doesn't matter, who cares? But Rio is parrots, sun, music, carnival, everything. And they were so enthusiastic about it. From the start, that was very important, because that's maybe also, again, a stereotype, but Polish people are not very open at the beginning of, like, when we meet someone, we are not, that's like a fact. Probably scientifically you could prove it, that we are not good at starting conversations. We rather listen and find out how it's going to develop. So Rio was the opener for my students, and I'm not sure how it worked with Brazilians and their reaction to Warsaw, because basically it's either nothing, or if you use English, you might tend to understand that it has something to do with war. So some unpleasant words, it does not sound like that to us, but it does to you. So it can happen. So the first name was something that probably even worked for stereotypes, but then it was defying stereotypes. Maybe not, sorry. I just wanted to also mention those stereotypes getting stronger. Just remembering the task. There was one task where students were asked to take a photo from from their room so that they could show other people what they see outside their window. And again, that was making stereotypes even stronger, because from Brazil, we got pictures of beautiful greenness. And in Poland, that was probably late autumn. So we had first snow on gray pavements and bare trees and things like that. So yeah, that was still stereotypical. But then we had a very nice task, very simple: show me your desk. And showing each other desks in their rooms, and then realizing that all around the world where people are learning, they need books, they have some mess, they probably have some computer. And that was like, again, eye-opener for students to see that it's so similar around the world. So what is interesting also is that this project helps us not only learn about others, but also learn about ourselves. It's always quite important to talk with students about interesting things that they could, especially maybe it's especially for Polish students, to suggest what is the interesting thing that they could say about their place and their culture, their language, because you don't think about yourself that much. You're not analyzing yourself to this extent. So I always found it quite inspiring and interesting that I had a chance to talk about our places and about ourselves, and find out about ourselves and then share. Because if you're not aware of who you are and what you can give to others, then you won't give it. So you have to know it. And that's connected with one of the tasks. There is going to be a slide about it later on, about the magical place where you live. I also took it from my earlier experience. I just found that there used to be some kind of the action of finding magical places in Warsaw. And I remembered that there was such a place where in a park there was a smell of chocolate everywhere. And first I had to realize that there is such a magical place in Warsaw, that it's real, that there is a community garden where you always smell, I mean, everything smells with chocolate, because there is chocolate factory on the other side of a river. And it's a beautiful thing, and you just have to realize that there is such a wonderful thing, and that you can then you can share it, and then you find out that everyone is able to find something like that about themselves and is able to share it. So that's a very important factor of this project to me, is also finding out about ourselves. You have to have identity to share it, and you have to be aware of it. And for young people especially, it's something very important, because everything is just given to them. I mean, they probably think so. I used to think so when I was a kid, that everything just is. And then you have to realize that there is something special in it, so that you're able then to share it and with others, and make it a value, something important. So summarizing for me, as a teacher, that was first place, using English in writing, communicating between students, defying stereotypes, if there were any, or building some awareness, the knowledge of the world, but also the knowledge of themselves, of us, ourselves. And also, of course, observation and attention, and always English in use. And nowadays, especially now when we have to more and more teach online, it also definitely enriches the spectrum of opportunities for communication, and also, like, it's a tool that you can use to make your cooperation with your students more attractive. If you take part in something like that, you're just, well, it's not a problem that you're stuck at home. If you can be with your friends from the other part of the world. Like, it's not early morning here anymore. It's the afternoon here. So it's a different perspective that I'm very happy to share with you. Okay. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Crisia, and I'm sure everybody can see now exactly why Crisia has been such a wonderful collaborator ever since we started in 2013. Her unique perspective, and I do agree with everything that she said. By the way, Crisia, we have some people here in the comments complimenting you on your accent, which is really wonderful. And we have some more wonderful comments here from our friends Malila Prado, who is joining us from China and also knows John's book. Yes, John is said that nobody commented on his accent, so people, come on. Yeah, so we have tried since we started to expand the project as I described. We expanded it horizontally at first, having more students in different groups, and then vertically having in the CFR B1 and C1 groups. So we have tried different ways of expanding the project, and we have discovered that this initiative can be adapted to all kinds of contexts, even contexts in which access to technology is somewhat limited. Even versions of the project within the same school. I mean, we could just go on and on and on about different ways of adapting this project, and I would be delighted to continue this conversation with you. Some people have shown interest in it, and we're going to certainly continue this conversation. I was able to share some of these initial ideas in the magazine, English Teaching Forum, and that's where I published my very first article describing the beginnings of the Rio-Warsaw connection. And that's how I got to reach out to John Corbett himself, saying that I had read his book and we had been doing this, and he was always very kind. And then I finally got to meet him in person, and we started to work together. So that was really the starting point for me. The Rio-Warsaw connection kept growing. As Crisia said, it eventually became the Hemispheres connection. It has given us many opportunities to reflect on stereotypes, to reflect on how we see the world, to how we see our own world. And we were very fortunate to be joined by other people that we met along the way. John Corbett himself and Andrea, who will be speaking to us in a few minutes. And then Bruno Lima from IFRN, the Federal Institute in Rio Grande do Norte, in Natal, who can now tell us, the next slide, he will tell us how his own connection, his own initiative got started and eventually joined us, and we all got together and became even bigger.
Yes, thank you, Hugo. This is a pleasure to be working with you once more this morning. Yeah, back in 2013, while you were already developing your collaboration, your online collaboration, I was a PhD student trying to establish a collaboration myself with an institution abroad to exercise for the first time this idea of telecollaboration. And I was having actually a hard time to find this collaboration. I was having a hard time to find inspiration and guidance on how to choose the correct procedures. That was when I had contact with John's book, which was really inspiring at the moment. And I found a way to connect with Professor Julia Menard Warwick from the University of California in Davis. She was teaching global English for collaboration that semester, And she was pleased to connect with my high school students here in Natal, Rio Grande do Norte, the northeastern part of Brazil. So we had a 6-week email exchange. That time people used to write emails, to exchange emails to each other. And we exchanged, my students exchanged emails with hers for 6 weeks. So in the end of that experience, I had a great amount of material, rich material to be analyzed. And that became my thesis and a presentation that I took to a BRAZ-TESOL conference in São Paulo when I finished my PhD degree in 2017. There I met John Corbett, and he said, well, there is this guy from Rio. He does precisely what you do. He already has a connection with institutions in Poland, in Argentina. Would you like to join us? And then I said, sure, of course. And at that time, I was already negotiating to expand the Natal Davis connection to reach an institution in Tokyo, the Hosei University in Japan. So the next edition of the Natal Davis connection would already include another institution from Japan. So, and by the way, I had already read Hugo's article because my advisor at the university had presented it to me. See, this guy, this teacher in Rio is already doing what you want to do. So have a look at it. It may inspire you. So for me, it was a great pleasure to meet those people and start working together. So the first edition of this big project happened in 2017.2. It became the Hemispheres Connection, right, Hugo?
Exactly, and that's how we kept growing. And there you can see, you can have an idea. This is from my perspective here, starting with the Rio-Warsaw connection in 2013. And you can see the first spike there in 2016. That's when I met John in person, and we got together with students in Macau, in Scotland, in Argentina, and then started working with Bruno and his collaborators in the United States and Japan. So you can see how the number of participants has evolved over time. And we are right now, actually, exactly in the middle. We are starting this weekend, we are starting week 6 of the 10 weeks of this edition of the Hemispheres Connection. John has just posted the topic for this week, inviting students to talk about their schools, their respective schools, what they like about their schools, how they feel about them. So that's the topic that has actually just been posted a few hours ago. And I'm delighted to tell you that we are actually setting a record, because I checked last night, and right now we have 166 participants, which is one more than our previous record. And we actually have people who are still joining us, which is very exciting. So we are setting, and actually my collaborators, I can see them gasp here, because they're hearing this for the first time. Yes, we are setting a new record right now in the 10th edition. I mean, since I started doing this. And with every edition, we learn more. We have a new batch of students, more and more people. We've already had students from so many countries and so many continents. It's hard to keep track. I try to keep track, but I would really like to show you a little bit of what we have been doing. So on the next slide, you can see a little sample of activities that we have been doing. So different tasks that we have been sharing week after week. So we always start by inviting students to introduce themselves. Then one of our favorite tasks is the one that Crisia mentioned earlier that she came up with about the magical place. We have other collaborators like my friend Eric Tristão, also from IDEU. Bruno himself, you can see the tasks there. People talking about their schools, people talking about their favorite places. What is something about your city or your country that might surprise your counterparts? So yes, as Crisia said, we are always dealing with those stereotypes and addressing those stereotypes, finding out what people have in common. Last week, for example, people were sharing their favorite songs in English. We have people in this edition, we have people from Brazil, Argentina, we have people from Poland, Israel, Greece, and people sharing their favorite songs in English and their favorite songs in their local language as well. So that has been very exciting. You are now going to be able to see some tasks, some topics proposed by students themselves, because we have, whenever possible, invited them to do that. So you can see the next ones that are going to come up. Topics created by students themselves, asking each other what's your favorite way of learning a language. And then there were a few others. I'm going to be able to see them here. People asking each other about their experiences learning English, about their reading habits, and so on. So all of that has been very exciting for all of us. And now I'm going to stop talking for a moment, because we have some videos from our collaborators and even a couple of former participants. We start with the wonderful Wendy Anderson in Glasgow, Scotland, who started working with John several years ago, and she's going to tell us about her views on the project. We just need to check the sound. Yes. So Bruno, I think we need to re-enable computer sound. I'm gonna have that fixed in just a moment, people. This is something that we are.
Hello, I'm Wendy Anderson. I teach English language and linguistics at the University of Glasgow in Scotland in the UK. I was involved for several years in teaching an honours course, that is a course that students take in their third or fourth year, called Culture and English Language Teaching, which involved intercultural telecollaboration. The course was in fact set up by John Corbett when he worked at Glasgow, and it continued after he left because there was demand from students, and it brought something distinctive and exciting to our portfolio of courses. The telecollaboration used different platforms over time as the technology moved on, and the types of activity that were used varied to an extent according to the affordances of the technology. The institutions would vary year to year too, depending on which courses were running where. So it was fresh each year, and there was always something new to learn. There were challenges, of course, but these were usually quite superficial. It could be challenging where the technologies were not supported by all the institutions involved, and also tricky to align the activities with different structures of the academic year, especially where there were more than two institutions involved. Some students were more willing than others to engage. We had to find ways to enable students to participate in different ways to suit what they felt comfortable with. We were asking them, after all, to learn in new ways that they didn't necessarily feel prepared for. Students sometimes felt a degree of risk that their performance in the telecollaborative elements would pull their grades down. But we tried to create a reassuring context for them. Performance itself was not graded, although we did expect them to be able to reflect critically, whether positively or negatively, on their experience in the exchange. And we used a lot of group work to enable students to support each other. Happily, the concerns that some students had during the course would turn into very positive feedback once they'd reached the end of the course and were able to reflect on the experience. The experience of intercultural telecollaboration persuaded some to think about a year or even a career in English language teaching, and reinforced an existing desire to teach in others. From my perspective as a teacher and course convener, there were many positives. Virtually meeting and getting to know the other teachers and their different contexts and approaches was a real highlight. And for our students, seeing them engage with their peers in Brazil, Poland, Macau, Argentina, to explore their questions and come to a broader intercultural understanding was immeasurably valuable.
It's wonderful, and we're now going to move on to the next one, and we're going to get to listen to a couple of former participants of the Hemispheres Connection. These two ladies were my students a couple of times, and they actually are amongst the very few students who participated in not one but two editions of the Hemispheres Connection. And they're going to share a little bit about their experience there.
Hi, I'm Anna. I'm Mariana, and we were the UGU students and also participants in the 2017 and 2018 edition of the Hemispheres Connection.
So the Hemispheres Connection is a great opportunity for us to meet people from other countries all over the world, for example, Argentina, Japan, Poland, and we are able to connect and to share our experiences as well.
Yeah, every week we got a new task and we were encouraged to share a comment on that week's topic and also to interact with each other, leaving like a comment on other people's like interest in what they shared on that section.
Mm-hmm. And the task was either a cultural task in which we had to divide and share some aspects of our culture, how people behaved, and in the individual task we were asked to share our favorite movie or our favorite song, and we commented on each other's comments.
Yeah, we got to meet new people that we would never have the opportunity to meet because these are countries that we don't usually go to or know a lot about. So we got the opportunity to know these people, and also some of them we had the opportunity to follow, to chat outside of the Hemispheres Connection on the chat, on the Facebook chat. And yeah, it was a great opportunity to know about the world and other countries and have fun too.
Yeah. Thank you.
Bye.
So those are two wonderful former participants of our project. And now for our final video in this segment, we're going to listen to Beatriz Dix from Colombia, who has also been with us since last year and is also participating in this edition with Universidad de los Andes. And we're very excited to be able to hear from her this time.
Hello, my name is Beatriz Peña-Dix. I work at Los Andes University in Bogota, and I want to briefly talk about my experience with the Hemispheres Connection classroom. This is my second year participating, and I really enjoy the experience very, very much. First of all, I want to give my opinion, and second, I want to share some of my students' opinions about the Hemispheres Connection. When I was first told about the Hemisphere classroom, my first impression, I thought it was an innovative, creative idea and that I had never participated in such an activity. I was very curious about it, and initially I thought it might be somehow difficult to put all these people together, like to motivate the students to go into the classroom and put them together to work in a collective project, like without a grade or, a type of reward or something like that. In a first moment, I was wondering how eager students were to participate remotely, like not face-to-face, but online, and stay working for some weeks together on the project. When I saw the classroom in action, then when I saw the classroom itself and how it worked, I was happy. I was really amazed about the experience itself and how it flowed smoothly. You could feel that students were motivated to participate. Of course, not all students participate in every task, but you can still see that there is a group that is always working and always committed, and that they try to perform every task with enthusiasm, with a very positive attitude. I had the chance to ask some of my students about their opinions of the activity, and some of them told me that it was a motivating, cool experience, and that they would have liked to have more time to participate in all tasks, because here in Colombia, the last 3 months of the year are very hard in the education schedules. Teachers give lots of assignments, and students have to hand in many written papers and work and thesis and reports. So it's a little bit hard for my own students to do some extra activities. However, they felt motivated about it, and they said that they enjoyed the prompts. And for some of those prompts, they would have liked to talk about those topics. They were very curious about meeting people online with camera, like an online meeting, and not only write about them, about the topics. But again, they highlighted that they didn't have much time. So I think that online synchronous sessions sound very exciting and they are very interesting. But I think that they will always, be like very challenging because of time differences, maybe. But of course, I am sure they would enjoy that. They will enjoy that very much. So some of my students are pre-service English language teachers. So some of them observed how interesting and enriching an activity similar to the hemisphere connections can be as a part of the English language teaching training curriculum to raise cultural awareness and intercultural skills, like in a true environment, like in a real environment, not like through case studies or something like that. They also discussed the possibility that they can use like some of these ideas, like joining together in a classroom to discuss cultural issues for their own students in a near future. So as a conclusion, I can say that I myself really enjoyed the activity. I like it. I think it's useful. I think it's very, very motivating. I think results are great, like the way students interact and exchange opinions, and you can see different cultural information. You can see written language. So it's so enriching. It's very enriching. And my students really like also the experience. They enjoyed and learned from it, and I think that they really highlighted the possibility to have more time, to invest more time, like reading all the posts and trying to answer to some of the posts. But they also referred to time constraints, and some of them said that they want to use some of these ideas in a future with their own English language learners. So I think that it's been a great experience. Thank you very much.
So that's Beatriz Dix, our colleague from Colombia, who has been working with us. And we are delighted to have her students participate in the project. Now, as Crisia said, we started on Facebook because that is where everybody was. We were on Facebook, and as she said, our students were sometimes surprised to find us on Facebook. And it was natural at the time to choose it, when Carolina and I first talked, to choose it as our platform. Recently, however, we started noticing that things had changed. And pretty much only old people like me were on Facebook, not our students. So we moved last year to the Google Classroom. And that was very interesting because, of course, this year, so many of us have had to start using Google Classroom and similar platforms. As always, the Hemispheres Connection was a pioneering initiative in that we moved there last year. And we tried it out. In the first semester, we had a prototype classroom in which the coordinators, which are all the teachers who participate, we tried it out, we saw how it worked. Then we got our first edition there in the second semester of last year. And right now, as I mentioned earlier, we are exactly in the middle of our second edition in the Google Classroom. Those are the banners for the two current editions, the two current classrooms that we are using. And what we do is we divide our participants into groups because there are so many of them. So it's simply easier to manage if we have two simultaneous classrooms. Desks are posted simultaneously on both classrooms. So that is how we have been working, and I'm now delighted to pass the word to Bruno. Bruno, as I mentioned, is a professor at the Federal Institute of Rio Grande do Norte. He holds a PhD degree in language studies, and he has been investigating intercultural experiences in a lot of different ways, and we're going to be able to listen to him now and further in part 3 of this session. So Bruno, take it away.
Thank you, Hugo, once more. So participating on the Hemispheres Connection gives us the chance to be sitting on a gold mine, right? Because we have a lot of intercultural material to be studied and to be used in further experience to improve the kind of experience we like to promote online. So this is a list of topics that interested participants in the Hemispheres Connection throughout the times. And this is good to look at it because it takes us back to what John said in the beginning, to a discussion about identities and overlapping identities. But not only that, it gives us the chance to look practically, in practical terms, to what works best in this kind of experience. It helps us, in other words, it helps us coordinators to plan other strategies for the following editions of the online collaboration. So this is a list of things that interest students the best: routines, sports, cultural traditions, places, pets, typical foods, and books. I'll talk more about that in part 3 while I discuss the ideas of identities, different identities people display online. But this is interesting to see because we have students from different generations working together in the Hemispheres Connection, and despite of their generation, they show the same. They show interest for the same topics. So this may have a connection with the idea of situated identities that John talked in the beginning of our session. And in terms of interaction, this is how people interacted online. I'm talking about the 2018 edition of the Hemispheres Connection, so we were still working on Facebook. As Hugo said, we divide the groups, the group of students in two teams. One is Team Corbett and the other is Team Paul. It is interesting to see that the number of likes and views per post, this is the average, these are the average numbers. The numbers of likes and views per posts tend to be bigger than the number of comments, which gives us an idea of how people interact, not only in the boundaries of the Hemispheres Connection, but on social networks. So it helps us coordinators and those people, those teachers who are listening to us now, thinking of promoting their first intercultural experience online, what to expect. So this is what we have. maybe this generation, since we're dealing, although we have different generations working together in the Hemispheres Connection, I would dare to say that the great majority of participants were born from the year 2000 on. So they are digital natives. So possibly this is how digital natives understand interaction. If we ask them, why don't you interact more with your friends online? They would probably say they are interacting by reacting to the posts and by viewing the posts. This is interaction for them. So this is up to us to revisit our concepts of interaction and try to find ways to have students commenting and exchanging ideas, because they are viewing more than commenting, like we see. In Team Corbett, for example, the average number of likes per posts was 5.88, while in Team Paul it was 6.66. Then we have the number of views, respectively, 34.22, 37.66, and the number of comments, 4.55 and 13.77. It's still a big challenge for us to find ways to encourage people to interact through the exchange of texts, but we are working on it. Every experience we have is another chance to revisit our concepts and to find new ways to promote richer experiences online. Hugo?
Thank you, Bruno. And with that, we're moving to another one of our wonderful collaborators. I'm talking about Andrea Centro del Rio, who is in La Plata, Argentina. She has been involved in the intercultural field for over 14 years. She's the co-author of ICRP Latin American Perspectives, edited by British Council Brazil. And she has been part of the Intercultural Connections project since 2006. Andrea is the general coordinator of Home Intercultural Learning, which is an online school based in La Plata. And in the Intercultural Language Education SIG, as I have mentioned, John is the leader. I am the communications coordinator. Bruno is our projects coordinator, the intercultural projects coordinator, and Andrea is our Latin America coordinator. So here's Andrea Centro del Rio.
Okay, hi everyone, and thanks for your interest in intercultural language education. So as Hugo said, I've been involved in the field for a number of years, right? And I have the feeling that, I'm sure about this, that I was able, through intercultural language education, to give voice to worries and feelings and ideas that I had all my life, in fact, throughout my career and all my life. So I've been part of the Hemispheres Connection for a number of years as well. And I began to work, as Hugo mentioned, on the project in 2006, right? And after the first year working on it, the result of the experience was writing together with colleagues from 3 countries in Latin America, an online book for teachers. It was a free PDF, right, that can still be downloaded even if it's quite old, on intercultural, activities for language teachers based on an intercultural perspective from a Latin American perspective, right, to the world, okay? And as a result of that experience as well, I decided to implement an intercultural approach in my own small school here in La Plata, where we have been teaching for ages, for 24 years, children, teens, adults in company classes, right? In the past, face-to-face and online, and now fully online, right? So being part of the Hemispheres Connection has helped us a lot achieve our aims as regards development of intercultural communicative competence in our classes. It has been a very important part of making sure that there was coherence in materials, practices, and our own training. And the challenge is that, you know, as mainstream language teaching has not to do with this paradigm. Sometimes materials, course books don't follow the tenets, even if the Common European Framework has at its core an intercultural view of language, and also examining boards, examining through a different paradigm in a way. So it has been a challenge to make both things compatible, but we have been working very hard on trying to enrich our classes. All right. So whenever students have taken part of the project, they have always been enthusiastic, inspired, positive, and cooperative. Bruno, can you change the slide? Thank you. So this year, as Ugo mentioned, participation has been even greater. Of course, due to the present context, the pandemic that we don't want to talk about, right? And the fact that all our classes are running online. So in a way, we are all online and we are closer, right? And even if the challenges over the years have been, as Bruno mentioned, and it's enlightening to see that lurking perhaps is not lurking all the time, yeah, as views count, okay? So lurking versus participating. The same happens in face-to-face classes. Like, people are not always willing to talk. And well, this has been the case online as well. Sometimes, as Beatriz from Colombia mentioned, lack of time, yeah, because students are very busy, especially, for example, our in-company students are working hard on projects. They work in the technology sector and they have very tight deadlines. So sometimes if we don't work on activities in classes, they have very limited time over the week to contribute. And also our own course constraints, because as I said, we have to make all those aspects of courses compatible, even if we work from an intercultural paradigm. We have our own deadlines. We have to prepare students for international tests. Next slide. So the topics addressed, well, Bruno, Ugo have been mentioning different kinds of topics, and I really loved Christia's perspective, yes, on the topics. It warmed my heart, really, so as chocolate does, okay? I think topics are make it possible to address different aspects of our lives, right? And to connect. I really liked this that Christia mentioned about pen pals, right? I used to have pen pals as well. I remember when I was about 20, a friend of mine mentioned that there was a British newspaper. There was an ad on a British newspaper, and people could write to that, to the newspaper and receive letters. And I still have like a heap of letters this size from all over the world. And that, I was thinking that was my first intercultural connections experience on paper, right? I'm that old, okay? But I think it's so, of course you need to be a curious person, and this is something John referred to. So in an a priori way, right? But I believe that all students can really benefit from this. So topics addressed in the project have helped us identify what Agar mentioned in 1994 as reach points, right? So points in which different lingua cultures, like languages shaped by cultures and cultures shaped by languages, have come into contact, right? But they also allow us to identify vertical cliffs, right? So points in which Agar refers to, that is the interesting stuff, the ones that draws your attention, the stuff that draws your attention, because there are like wider associations of meaning, networks of association, where things become more difficult to identify, right? Can I have a look at this on the next slide? Something interesting, some years ago in the Hemisphere Connection project, there was an interesting semiotic event. It was purely semiotic, I think. There was one student who was, as the project is multimodal, they had recorded a video talking about different topics. And one of the students, a female student, was wearing one of these green kerchiefs around her wrist. And she mentioned something, she made an allusion to feminism and its struggles, right? The interesting thing is that at that point, it was very controversial because the abortion project was in Congress and it was being debated upon. And nobody wanted to talk about this at the school because the cliff would become an abyss if we did, right? But students were coming, female students were coming into the school with, some of them, of course, with the kerchiefs in their wrists or tied to their backpacks, and nobody was making allusions to this. But the student talked about this on the Hemispheres project. And I found that interesting, that this global and local getting connected sometimes makes it easier to talk about things that you wouldn't talk about in your local community. The student felt that she could talk about it to her counterparts, to her companions abroad. And this was inadvertent to those people abroad, that this was a very current and hot debate in our society. Next slide. One of the difficult aspects for us to decide was if we had to include some kind of assessment to our intercultural syllabuses, right? I mean, the question that we asked ourselves was, following Bell's in No Doubt, how do I know that my students are developing intercultural communicative competence, right? Or if we connect with Byron's perspective shift concept, how can the existence or absence of a perspective shift be noticed or even measured? All right, next slide. But we can follow, when talking about teaching or assessing intercultural communicative competence, we can follow what John and Alison Phipps said in 2006, what they wondered. So can tolerance and openness actually be taught in the language classroom? Or are they the result of personality disposition and years of socialization and can simply be demonstrated via intercultural tasks? It's a very good question, right? Of course, my belief is that the beginning is practice, as we have all said, right? So we can't impose, it's a bottom-up thing, not a top-down thing, right? We can't impose a syllabus and say, well, this is the intercultural thing, this is the way you should learn it. Of course, it's a real thing. What Crisia referred to, it's that thing that happens among people, right? Next slide. But at the same time, because we work along the tenets of the savoirs, right? Trying to develop the savoirs and trying to work on intercultural communicative competence, we have thought it would be interesting. Sometimes people because this society simply takes so seriously, accountability and measurability. Sometimes people really don't value what we do if we can't kind of measure it in some way or qualitatively account for it, right? So we have been working on ongoing assessment schemes through intercultural tasks and providing feedback using descriptors. Sometimes those descriptors are arrived at collaboratively, like working together in the same groups, right? Or we can also base those analyses on descriptors such as the ones in the companion to the Common European Framework, the revised version 2018, right? The other option is to build up portfolios of those partial assessment measures and descriptions to trace the evolution of how things go, right? And keeping logs, trying to reflect on how we feel about the process, or maybe even recording podcasts with Think Aloud protocols, right? On how things are going. The question is, should we introduce a summative measure? We did many years have oral exams working on critical incidents that were very interesting as events, right? And they made us reflect on many different aspects of intercultural communicative competence. At the same time, we believe that the summative measure would do away with much of the qualitative value of the process, but we are working on ways, on tools to make that like a smooth transition. Another slide. Okay, so as a conclusion, at a time when all of us are teaching, online, right? When there's division and polarized situations all over the world, where family tables are divided among people who wear masks and people who don't and deny the illness, right? I believe, and we believe at Home Intercultural Learning, that working on these reach points and trying to make the cliffs not become abysses is worthwhile. And as long as intercultural dialogue can be fostered, of course, this kind of initiative is something we should really continue working on. And I'm very proud of this group of people, all like-minded and like-hearted. We have been working together for a number of years, and I'm really proud of being part of this group. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrea. This has been delightful. And now we're having a break. Let's make it 10 minutes or 10 and a half. We'll be back at 9:52, as I've just posted in the chat, with Louise Potter. So thank you very much. Let's take a break and we'll be back in 10. So welcome back, everybody. It's time for us to get going. I hope everybody has had a lovely coffee break. I promise you there is one more coming up. But now we get to go to part 2, and I'm happy to welcome Louise Potter. Louise Potter is a teacher trainer, material writer, and an international presenter. She was born in England and has been working in the educational field for more than 25 years. She now leads her own business, which is teaching education, where she develops the professional growth of language teachers in private and public schools through workshops and training sessions. So I'm very happy to welcome to our presentation, Louise Potter.
Hi guys, how are you all? It's a great honor to be here, and I really thank Ugo for inviting me. And I'm absolutely in awe with all this amazing job that you guys do. It's fabulous. I'm really enjoying every minute of this intercultural hemisphere. And I'm here to share a little bit about how I work with the intercultural competence in project-based learning. Okay, so I'm not going to talk about me because Ugo has done that already and I'm not that interesting. So let's go to more interesting things. So what we're basically going to talk about for the next 30 minutes, hopefully it will not be too painful for you, but anyway, we're going to talk about intercultural and linguistic competence in project-based learning, okay? So this is a little bit of the roadmap for the next 30 minutes. So we're going to talk a little bit about what is intercultural competence, and then what is linguistic competence. And then we're going to talk a little bit about PBL, about project-based learning, and then the importance of scaffolding the language when we're talking about intercultural competence, because that's what I see as one of the main issues when we're talking about project-based learning in the language classroom. Okay, because when we do project-based learning in the native language, it's one thing. When we work with project-based learning in the foreign language, it's a little bit more complicated. People tend to get carried away with the project itself and the content and forget that we're talking about a different language and that students do need to be scaffolded in this language. So throughout the next 30 minutes, I would like you to keep this question in mind. I'm going to give you a minute to read it to yourselves before I read it out. Okay, so how can we develop in the learners an intercultural competence that would shortchange neither their own culture nor their target culture, but would make them into cultural mediators in a globalized world? So keep that in mind throughout this whole presentation, okay? So first of all, what we're going to talk about is, what is intercultural competence, okay? And I believe that before we talk about what it is to be interculturally competent, we have to ask first, what does it mean to be competent? Because I think that also, for Brazilians, I think maybe to be competent means something, and in the UK, maybe something else, and in the, for the Chinese, maybe something different. So, I don't have the answer to that. I can tell you what I think is competent, but probably most of you wouldn't agree. So, that's the first question I think we have to ask each other. What does it mean to be competent in something? What do what do you think it means to be competent? And to think about, I wonder if everybody shares the same, definition, which I don't think we do, but anyway, so that's the first question, like, what does it mean to be competent? And then the second question is, what is culture, right? Because we know that theorists have defined culture in more than 300 different ways. And I think it's very difficult also for us to, define what culture actually is, okay? But theorists have defined that intercultural competence is the ability to develop knowledge, okay, to develop skills, and to develop attitudes, okay, that are made into visible behaviors that are both effective and appropriate in any kind of interaction, okay? And when we think about that, how can you develop all this and be competent in all this? Because there's a lot of things, in this, like knowledge, skills, attitudes. How easy would that be to be competent with, taking all this into consideration? I think it must be very difficult. So, you have to have the cultural self-awareness. You have to have the listening skills, the observing skills, patience, okay, viewing the world from putting yourself into everybody's shoes, attitudes, so you have to be respectful, openness, you have to be curious, as many people have said beforehand. So this is like a lifelong learning. It's not something that we're going to learn from one moment to the other, and not in theory. I believe it's something that we also have to experience a lot, right? So one thing that I think we really need to show our students is that it's a lot about critical reflection in order to be able to attain, let's say, an intercultural competence, okay? So I think the reflection is a very powerful tool. So again, can we teach intercultural competence, or do we experience it, right? So, I mean, it's something that I'm bringing up, okay? I often ask myself that, can I teach intercultural competence, and how can I make it so that students can experience it the best way possible? Because I think it's very difficult to teach, because there's a lot that we have to put into practice here, the knowledge, the skills, the attitude, right? So when we define intercultural competence, it's the ability to function effectively across cultures, to think and to act appropriately, and to communicate and work with others from different backgrounds, okay, from different cultural backgrounds. So if we think about Brazil, I mean, we have the north and the south of Brazil, and they have completely different cultures as well. And then let alone the whole world. So, we want students also to interact within different cultures, not only around the world, but I also think that sometimes we have to think about within our own country and within all our own countries, right? So what we actually want to do in a classroom, I believe, is we want to facilitate a shift in viewpoint for our students, right? We want them to be able to understand that it's not my way and your way. It's not our way either, right? We have to put ourselves into their own shoes, and we have to understand that there are multiple ways of doing things, right? So that's the shift that we want to facilitate while trying to, let's say, teach cultural competence, right? So I think we have to be very careful also when we talk about representations, right? Stereotypes, okay? I don't know if any of you have watched the recent series on Netflix, Emily in Paris. And that's definitely, it shows, the stereotyping and the representation of the French and the American. I think it's very interesting to watch this series from, that perspective and look how they actually stereotype the Americans and the French. It's interesting to watch, because we have to be very careful also to not stereotype through, our teachings, what a country does or doesn't do, or how they act or they don't act, right? Because I don't think we can put, I don't know, like, the Chinese culture into a box, and then the Brazilian culture into another box, and then put them all together in one box and say, okay, so, now we have a different intercultural, understanding, and we understand each other. That doesn't happen, right? We have to understand that we have different perspectives, and we have to respect each other, right? And I think that's what we have to bring into the classroom, okay? Because usually when we think about it, what we teach in our classes is mostly, the tip of this iceberg, right? We talk about age, clothes, physical characteristics, behavior, but we don't talk about the, things that aren't observable, the subjective aspects of culture, the beliefs, the attitudes, the assumptions, right? I think we have to be very careful how we co-construct our beliefs and use that in our classroom when we teach our students, right? So I think many course books, they bring all the cultural aspects, but they don't bring the non-visible aspects, which is difficult also. I mean, it's difficult to portray into a course book, it's very difficult. So how do we do that, right, in the classrooms? And I think it's also through interactions and interacting with other cultures. Nowadays, online, we have excellent technology now. So that's what we have to really use in our classrooms, right? So why do we have to teach intercultural competence? Basically, because I think we're becoming a very intolerant society, right? And I think by teaching kids from a very young age that people do have different perspectives and do have different ways of living, and it's okay, you know, that's the main reason why we really have to work on this, and as from a very young age, okay? So I think it's very, very important that, you know, when I've been watching and Professor John Corbett talking about identities, how important it is for us to make students understand that within, you know, their own classroom, they have all these different identities and they have to respect them. You know, some are loud, some are low, some want to talk, some want to be quiet. And the teachers also have to respect that, because lots of times us as teachers, we want to, like, you know, he doesn't talk, he doesn't participate. And, you know, it's okay, that's his identity, that's the way he's going to, you know, act. So anyway, having talked about culture, let's talk a little bit about, you know, what is linguistic competence. If you come from the communicative approach, you'll probably say that linguistic competence is those 4 elements, right? Social linguistic, strategic, grammar, and discourse. So if you're, you know, fluent in those 4 skills, you're linguistically competent. Again, what does it mean to be competent, right? So when we think about language and culture, language is the way we interact. And we interact showing our beliefs, we express. So it's directly related with culture, right? Because we express, you know, our roles, our customs, our behaviors, our values. So we cannot say that one thing is not connected to the other. Language and culture are definitely connected the whole time. So when we talk about teaching languages, I think one thing we have to ask ourselves is, why do we teach? You know, why did we choose this profession to teach languages? Many would say, oh, you know, I've always enjoyed languages. I've always enjoyed English if you're an English teacher. As from a very young age, I used to love to listen to, you know, songs. But, you know, maybe, you know, we can say, okay, we have to communicate. People need to communicate. So that's why I teach languages. Maybe you would say, you know, the borders separating our countries are diminishing, so we have to learn how to interact. So we need a lingua franca to talk. Maybe you would say that, you know, global cultures are emerging, so we have to interact more. And so obviously we need languages to do that. But the thing is, when we think about, let's say, the English language, is there only one English language? Because obviously, you know, there isn't. And again, within the people who speak, you know, I'm using the English as an example, are people's linguistic repertoire the same? Okay, so, you know, again, the answer to that is no. And again, how do we identify ourselves when using a specific language? Because I know that when I speak, you know, Portuguese, or when I speak English, in a way I do express myself in a different way. Right, so we have, you know, like, again, a different identity here. I have, let's say, an English identity, which when I go back to the UK, my cousins and my relatives say, Louise, no, you're not at all English. And when I'm here in Brazil, people say, you're not Brazilian either. So what am I? You know, I don't know. I have no identity. So it's a mixed identity, right? So how we express ourselves and how we use the language, okay? And again, when we think about why we teach, how do we teach? And I think that's directly related to our cultural background and our beliefs, again, and how people learn a language. Because, I mean, there's no wrong way or right way of teaching, I believe. You can have, you know, it could be standard driven, okay? It can be communicative based driven, okay, right? It can be grammar based, okay, you know, people learned that 20, 30 years ago, that's how we learned language, and okay. Content driven, skill driven, or cultural driven, right? So I think as teachers, we really have to understand our identity as teachers. So why do I teach the language is directly related to how I'm going to teach the language. And that's also cultural based. And again, how you're going to evaluate the language learning is also, you know, directly related to the past two of why I teach and how I teach, okay? So I just, I think we have to really evaluate how we look at our conception of language and how we think people learn languages, to understand how we're going to teach them and how we're going to teach this intercultural competence as well, because, it's directly related to how you're going to act and your identity inside the classroom as a teacher. So yes, I don't think how are cultural and language related, how are they not related? They're related in every sense, okay? And the thing is, I know that we all teach languages and we teach culture in the classroom, but one question I'd like to ask you is, like, sometimes we teach language and culture. Sometimes we teach culture, let's say, in language, but do we teach language as culture? I think that's a very important, reflection for us to think about, okay? So cultural learning is actually a key factor in being able to use and master a foreign linguistic system, right? So we do need the culture to learn a foreign linguistic system. So that's why it's really important for us to bring this into our classroom as teachers, okay? So I found that project-based learning was a way of bringing it all together. Obviously, there's some other ways, but that's the way that I found. I wouldn't say easy, because project-based learning isn't easy. It's pretty, it's difficult because there's so many things we have to think about. And as Professor John Corbett said at the beginning, I think teaching, 20 years ago was so easy because all we thought about was, okay, vocabulary, the language, and that's it. And now we've got all these things and we have to think about identities and about culture and everything and say, oh, and that's what makes it so interesting. And we're, learning every single day. And these past 6-7 months, I think every teacher of the whole world has learned so much about online teaching and cultural and, everything. So it's been kind of nerve-wracking as well. But within teaching in PBL, it's a very powerful method that we can integrate academic, social, linguistic, okay, skills, and applying real-world issues, which I think is the most important part here. Okay, so real-world issues and cultural contexts. So project-based learning allows us to do that at an easier, let's say, in the sense that if it's easy or not. But anyway, so I'm going to share with you 2 different projects. Okay, one for fourth graders and another one for high school that was designed for high school. Okay, so project-based learning always begins with a driving question. And the driving question here was, why is life different for kids in different parts of the world in my city? So this was a question that was directed at 4th graders, okay? So, we first just threw this question at them and just listened to their answers. We put them in groups and said, let's see what they come up with, because that's very important in project-based learning. Let them think about it, reflect about it. And this project, the main aspect was to teach, obviously, vocabulary and language, because it was an English classroom, to enable students to talk about their own routines and free time activities. So that was, the vocabulary that we were aiming at. So they're going to talk about their routines, about their free time activities, while connecting globally with other children. Okay, so the teacher would have to have some pre-planning there to make sure that they did have other kids, to connect with, and learning and reflecting about the routines and everyday activities of children in different parts of the world. And, in this project, one of the kids didn't want to connect with people from other parts of the world. They wanted to connect with somebody here in Brazil, which I thought was amazing. I hadn't thought about that. So, the kids bring us ideas. I said, yeah, why not? We have English classes in Brazil. And he wanted to talk to people in the north of Brazil, which was amazing. It was great as well. So students will be offered the language to, we do have to scaffold the language the whole time. So we worked on, obviously, describing everyday activities. So these were actually like English classes talking about everyday activities, talked about their hobbies, their after-school activities, and basically asked them to make questions, meaningful questions. So we want them to make the questions, It's not the teachers who say, okay, so you're going to ask what their hobby is. You're going to ask, no, what do you want to ask? You know, one of the kids wanted to ask where the kid, you know, slept. And he wanted to see pictures of where he slept. Fine, you know, great. And so, you know, we want the students to come up with their questions, okay? And then we compare their lives to the lives of, you know, children with different backgrounds, cultures, social class, everything. And meanwhile, exploring important concepts that are connected to their lives and make them maybe want to take an action and do something about it. I don't know. You know, we didn't tell students that out loud, saying, listen, you know, you're going to have to take action after the project, because these were fourth year kids. But they came up with some very interesting proposals at the end of the whole project, okay? So they are definitely encouraged to reflect and inquire the whole time, okay, throughout the project, okay? So their inquiry is always based on a reflection, okay, where the children's lives around the world is very different from their own. So that, you know, we kept on going back to say, you know, is it the same? Do children have the same, you know, life that you do? Do you really think so? So we were always coming back to that, so they would really, you know, think about that. And I'm going to show you a little bit about what we did, okay? So one of the first questions, which is a basic routine, how do you go to school? And then you work with means of transportation, right? Okay, by bus, on foot, whatever. And then we brought in, you know, some different visuals for them. Said, you know, did you go to school? You know, is this a way of going to school? Or how about this one? Or maybe this one? So for them to start realizing, oops, you know, okay, maybe car and, you know, bus isn't the only way of going to school. Let's think of different ways that, you know, children around the world can go to school. And also, you know, during this project, which usually these projects take at least, you know, 2 months, we also brought some different images of children their age doing different things around the world. And each of these images comes with a description of this child describing what he does, okay? These were taken from Oxfam.org, okay? And so, you know, each child would choose a picture that he wanted to, you know, dig deeper into. So there were many different images of children doing different things. And then together with these images, there was, you know, a small text about this image. And so this was like an input of what we wanted students to talk about themselves. So they had different ideas here of what this child described his daily life was. And it was an input of the text that we wanted our students to write up afterwards. Okay, so they have here an input of text. Okay, so here's, you know, a little bit more of it. Okay, so through these texts, we also worked with, you know, the vocabulary. And as each child had a different text, the vocabulary each child wanted, you know, had to learn or wanted to learn was different. So that's excellent as well, because each one is going to learn and work with a different vocabulary. So we're working with differential instruction as well. Okay. And one thing that we, you know, told the teachers that you have to make sure that you focus on thinking about what makes children children, right? So, you know, make sure that you're talking about things that children do on a daily basis, because sometimes we kind of get, you know, taken away and start talking about something else. So again, the teacher does need to prepare and make some necessary arrangements beforehand to make sure that these kids at a later stage can talk to other kids around the world, because then after working with all the vocabulary and everything, they have all the input and they made their own questions that they want to ask this other kid, you know, from another part of the world, or as I said, in Brazil, okay? And when we talk about course books, yes, they do bring, you know, everyday activities and school routines and weekend activities, but sometimes they don't bring the real thing, right? They don't have this interaction, as the panelists said beforehand. You know, does that really work around the world? Is it really happening, okay, around the world? So we want to show our students that it's not, you know, one way. They do have, you know, they do have to look into other perspectives. What they do every day isn't what people do every day around the world. That was the main, let's say, objective of this project. So we do want, them to think, we do want the kids to have a voice also, like, having their own questions and making it a meaningful interaction for them, giving them a choice of, who they want to interview, from what country, if it's, as I said here, within Brazil or not. So we do really want to give them a choice, which is one of the main elements of project-based learning, okay? Because it is a dynamic classroom approach where students will explore real-world problems and challenges, okay? And we really want them to explore, to investigate, and to go down their own line of inquiry, not the inquiry that we as teachers usually want them to do. We usually sit and say, you're going to do this, and you're going to do that, and you're going to do this. So sometimes it's kind of nerve-wracking for the teacher because we don't know what's going to come from the students. We do have initial planning, and we do have to plan very much beforehand. But sometimes the students just take it off to a completely different road, and you're kind of saying, oh, whoa, okay, so wait a minute, I'm going to have to change, what I had initially decided here, and I'm going to have to go with the flow because the students are agents of what they want to learn, okay? So these are the elements, let's say, of a project, project-based learning. So it's usually related to the content, okay, to the curriculum. We work a lot with 21st century skills. There's always a need to know, so we really have to get to know our students so we know what they want to learn, okay? So we have to understand where they're coming from and where, we want them to go. It always starts with a driving question. Project-based learning usually starts with a driving question. When it's problem-based learning, it doesn't start with a driving question. Students' voice and choice is, let's say, it's a must. Okay, so we always have to listen to our students and make sure that they're always relating to the driving question, but they can take their own, path if it's related to the driving question, obviously, because we do have a curriculum that we have to follow. Okay, so that's what sometimes makes it a bit difficult, but we do have a curriculum that we have to follow. And there's always a lot of inquiry, so we do want our students to explore, okay, and inquire, and the internet is great for that. There's a lot of reflection and revision, okay, so there's feedback sessions the whole time. We use a lot of rubrics, okay, to make sure that students are on track the whole time. And I think this is one of the most difficult parts of project-based learning, is that we should present it to a real audience, meaning that it's not necessarily your school community. We have to try to find somebody out of the school community to present the project, okay? And that's sometimes quite challenging when you're working in a school environment, because we have all the, how, if we can get somebody into the school or if we can take students out of the school, etc. So I found, project-based learning the perfect bridge, to work with academic language, with the cultural competence for the students. And as I said, the 8 elements of the project-based learning, I think, help us a lot with the intercultural competence. So the needs to know, okay, the driving question, the student's voice and choice, the skills, the 21st century skills, the inquiry, the innovation, the feedback, and the product, right? So as I said at the beginning, what I found, the main issue when working with project-based learning in the English classroom is we forget sometimes this concept of scaffolding. Okay, so we can reach the so-called, let's say, linguistic competence that we want our students to achieve in that level. Because we get so carried away with the project per se that we forget that, whoops, they need the language to do that, okay? And so when we work with project-based learning, we have to scaffold basically 3 items, which is the content, obviously, because we're working, with the content, the process, okay? So we have to make sure we have the students understand the steps very, very clearly, what they're supposed to do, when they're supposed to do, how they're supposed to do it, especially when you're working with young learners, and, the language. Okay, so scaffolding the language. And how do you do that? How do you scaffold the language? Yes, you do have sentence frames, you help them out, okay, you provide them, you make, vocabulary walls, You give and receive feedback the whole time using the rubrics, okay? When appropriate, you provide students with, writing samples, as I showed you in this project, so that they know, they've seen something that they can work on. We also explicitly teach and define content. Sometimes teachers say, oh, well, when you're working on projects, it's kind of something very, you don't explicitly teach. Yes, you do the whole time. Okay, you do have moments and teaching moments that we stop the class and say, okay, guys, now it's a teaching moment. And sometimes teachers don't realize that that happens in project-based learning, okay? And so, yes, you do have to create and maintain a vocabulary wall for academic language, especially if you're working, maybe in a bilingual context. And use entry events, or let's say events that we want to impact our students at the beginning of a project to introduce, different types of texts and different types of, discourse for them to understand what we're going to talk about. So here we can use like videos and bring in even, guests to come and talk about things, about the project that you're going to talk about. And I think one of the most important things is to use a lot of visuals, a lot of graphic organizers. Okay, I love graphic organizers. I use them the whole time. So kettlebell charts, mind maps, Venn diagrams, like here, this one at the end of this project, they had to make a Venn diagram. So do you have more differences or similarities of the child that you talked about? So they're going to, put all the things that they do as, let's say, a routine, and what the child did as a routine, and the things that are similar. So, we use a lot of visuals the whole time and of graphic organizers, okay? So that's one of the, here's just an example of a rubric that we use throughout the whole time to make sure that students are on track. And also it helps you plan your classes better for the next step, because if you realize that a lot of students are in the needs improvement, then you have to think, whoops, maybe I have to go back a step and help my students out here. So that's one of the projects for the 4th graders. And now I'm just going to share quickly one for the high school, okay, which obviously is a little bit more intense. So this was the driving question. Okay, so how do we determine the ideals that should be honored in a model society, and explain why they are most important? So how to live gracefully and respectfully. So this was thrown at, high school teachers, high school students. And when they first read that, I said, okay, so, what would be the first question you would ask if you read this? So the first question would be, okay, what is a model society? And, what is to live gracefully, and what is to live respectfully? So just from this, driving question, we have 3 questions that students would have to go down the line of inquiry and discuss. So what is a model society in Brazil? Is it maybe the same thing as a model society in the UK or in China, or, in the north of Brazil, maybe? So, we have to really make them reflect about it. And so what did we want students to reflect upon this, during this project? So make them aware of the equal rights of human beings, regardless gender, political position, or religion. Okay, so the teachers had this in the back of the mind the whole time. Okay. Encourage students to take action and defend the rights of freedom of expression in every way. Okay. And, many students went down different roads talking about this project. Okay. And, obviously not all of them achieved all this that we wanted, but they achieved all different things, and then they presented to each other. Okay. So encourage students to reflect on what was the most important ideas that should exist in a model society. Okay. And then again, analyze our society and, make comparisons. Invite students to know the Human Rights Declaration, because many of them didn't even know that existed, and reflect on them, analyzing, evaluating, its applicability. Invite students to explore the globalized world and understand the concepts of multiculturalism. Investigate historical and contemporary moments where human rights have not been addressed. Okay, so a lot of them went down that road. determine the ideas of a model society and create a model society, you know, for an ideal society. So a lot of them did that one as well and came, you know, not that we told them to do that, but that's where they got to. Share your thoughts with the school and family community. Okay, so have a lot of discussion. Again, so here we have to make sure that students are respectful, okay, to each other, because obviously a lot of them came up with very different ideas of what an ideal society. So I think it's really important. I mean, when we're talking about intolerance and everything, and high school students tend to be very possessive of their thoughts, okay? So that was working, let's say, on the cultural part, but then again, we have to think about the language. So what kind of language do we want them to work on? So we introduce students to the persuasive language, ethos, pathos, and logos, okay? Using, you know, the language for arguments and debates and discussions. So we have to think about that. Practice the use of modal verbs, pretty basic, right? Should, can't, must, whatever. And using persuasive language, okay? So, you know, teachers really had to remember that they had to come back and scaffold the language to make sure that students had language so they could have this argument and use the proper language when, you know, they're going to present their final project to us, okay? So what I wanted to actually share with you is that, like, language is something that is on the move the whole time, right? Culture is constantly changing and shifting. Whoops. Whoa, what happened here? And wait a second, don't know what happened here. Anyway, and culture is shifting the whole time. So we as teachers also have to, you know, change and not change our identities, but, you know, understand what am I bringing into the classroom and why am I bringing that into the classroom, okay? So that's what I had to share with you today. And if you have any questions now, I'm open to questions. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Louise. It has been wonderful. And we do have a comment here. There are, amongst our attendees, we have a group of public school teachers in Rio de Janeiro who are taking a course in PBL, and they have been commenting about the relevance and how interesting many of the topics that you have raised are, and speak directly to what they have been studying, to what they have been discussing. And one of our attendees is now asking, can you please tell us a bit more about how you got in touch with those students abroad?
Yes, well, luckily I have a lot of contacts abroad, as you know, my relatives all live in the UK, and I have lots of friends who live in South Africa and in India. So, you know, I use my contacts. And what I think now, like listening to you guys, I think, you know, you have we have now an excellent opportunity to use this, the intercultural community, your Google, it's on Google, what was it, on Google?
Google Classroom.
On Google Classroom. So the thing is, you know, we have to have contacts outside, right? And that's what helps. So that's the context that I used.
Absolutely. So thank you so very much. And we are right on schedule for our second and final break. So let's take another 10-minute break. And we'll be back at 10:42 for part 3. I'll see you in 10 minutes. So welcome back, everybody. I hope you've had a second break, which was as lovely as the first one. And now we're back to the final part of our session. I'm very happy to have all of you here. And we're now going to move on to part 3. So here we go to the next slide. Negotiating local and global identities on social media. What we can learn from makeup tips by an indigenous Brazilian. And we are indeed going to talk about that and hear from her actual words. Before we do, I'd like to take a moment here to talk about the very concept of identities that we have discussed, that has been approached by some of my fellow panelists. So let's go to the next slide. And as John said, as Louise said, as many of us have had a chance to touch on, of course, our identities are constructed by us every day in the choices we make and how we present ourselves. And in the classroom, that, of course, has special significance. We see how students, especially teenage students, relate to each other and are always looking for ways to present themselves to each other, to the world, really, in a way that reflects what they imagine themselves to be. Now, something that, of course, we find very interesting is that we all do make those choices. We make those choices every day, every second, in every interaction we have, even when we're by ourselves. But we can't always predict how the choices we make are going to be received by others. We certainly have an expectation of how they are going to see us, how the way we present ourselves will impact them. But that is not necessarily accurate all of the time. So before we get to some very interesting real life, real world cases, I'd like to touch on the world of fiction for a moment, more specifically science fiction. So here we go to the next slide. And I'm talking about the classic science fiction show Star Trek, specifically the original run from 1966 to 1969. And I already have some of my friends doing the live long and prosper sign. Specifically one episode, a late episode from the Star Trek show called Let That Be Your Last Battlefield. Now, before we move any further, let me tell you a little bit about that episode, about the context of that episode. So in that episode, we have the Starship Enterprise in the 23rd century, and they are on a mission of mercy, but they come across a space shuttle, a stolen space shuttle, and that shuttle carries an alien, this humanoid who is exactly half black and half white. And he's being pursued by somebody else who arrives on the starship and demands that this fugitive be turned over to him, because their two races have been at war for dozens of thousands of years. And they have hated each other for dozens of thousands of years. And their conflict at one point threatens to destroy the starship and to destroy everybody. And we can see in the way they talk about each other how one of the two races considers themselves to be superior to the other. I mean, clearly superior to the other. And they're actually surprised when our heroes have some trouble understanding why they hate each other, why one considers himself to be superior to the other one. So let's take a look at one of them. Let's take a look at the pursuer on the next slide. So this is the one that is pursuing his enemy, and he says, well, you can see that he's inferior, right? But I have trouble seeing that. And here's a section of the dialogue. This guy says, "It is obvious to the most simple-minded that Lokai, the other one, is of an inferior breed." But the crew of the Enterprise said, "Well, the obvious visual evidence, Commissioner, is that he is of the same breed as yourself." And he says, "Are you blind? Look at me." But the crew of the Enterprise still does not understand. But to him, it's so obvious. Let's take a look at the other guy. He is white on the right side. All of his people are white on the right side. So it is obvious that he is of an inferior breed. In this episode, as in many others, Star Trek uses a fascinating metaphor to help us reflect on how we see ourselves and some of the main issues in society. In this case, obviously, racism. Because we have these two races from the same planet who think they are so different from each other. And because of that difference, yes, that difference that we can see in the two pictures, they think that the other one, the inferior one, which happens to be the one on the left, should be subjugated. And they are sincerely surprised at how we, the humans who encounter them in the 23rd century, have trouble seeing the difference. So besides the obvious point, there is the point that the way in which we present ourselves and the way we are seen by others do not necessarily converge, and we can be very surprised when we come across how people see us. As we now move on to the next part of this presentation, and I'm very happy to welcome my friend Bruno again, he's going to talk about how some real-life people present themselves to the world and what we can learn from those choices. So thank you very much, Bruno. Up to you.
Thank you, Hugo, once more. Well, it's interesting to see that Hugo brought us an example of the discussion of identities being held in fiction, but and in that example he brought to us, two different races were sharing the same physical space, the same planet. But when it comes to real life, we see that the sense of community, the sense of social group, has less and less coincident to a geographical space. Okay, we can say that the nation states still exist, but geographical and political boundaries are no longer a synonym for cultural boundaries, because people are interacting more and more online. People are interacting through the internet. And the discussion, the concept of community is being reshaped into a sense of communicative interests, shared communicative interests, instead of a shared geographical space. And an arena in which this concept of community is constantly at play is the social network, the known social network sites. This is why it is interesting to look at the social network sites more deeply. And not only because of that, also because social network sites are spaces where we can find rich intercultural material. And also, of course, because many of our initiatives were or are still being developed in those platforms, right? So I would like to start with a definition of social network sites brought to us by Boyd and Ellison back in 2008. They say that social network sites are spaces designed primarily for the strengthening and refinement of pre-existing connections. Well, the studies of social network sites were still based on the idea of social networks built in real life, because the study of social networks has been on for decades, maybe for centuries, because social networks existed prior to social networks sites, of course. So back in 2008, Boyd and Ellison considered that the connections people made in social networks were a reflex of the connections they already had in their real lives. So you would connect to people you knew from school, from work, someone from your family, someone that used to be a childhood friend you would find online. So those people would be your connections, your network of contacts online. But and then they bring to us, they introduce a discussion about the kind of concept, the kind of definition people should adopt, either network or networking. And then they defend that the appropriate name should be network, just because of that reason, because you back in 2008, they would see no significant new connections being made by those social network site users. People were actually connected to the ones they knew from their real lives. So the appropriate site, according to the appropriate concept, the appropriate name, according to them, should be social network sites. However, a little later, specifically from 2010 on, we can see a very significant shift in the ways people use social networks. And from that moment on, we can say that social networks are both a space for refinement and strengthening of pre-existing connections, but also a space for building new connections. In other words, a space for networking. And I can give you examples. In 2010, we had the Arab Spring, for example. That was a movement that exploded on social networks, from social networks to the streets, actually. People were tweeting their agenda constantly and inviting people to join in. After that, we had the Occupy Wall Street in 2011. Then in 2013, we had the Jornadas de Junho here in Brazil. Then in 2014, we had the birth of Black Lives Matter. So those movements are just examples of gatherings of people who didn't necessarily know each other, but they shared common interests, common discourses. And even though we think that the Black Lives Matter, for instance, was born after the killing of a Black individual in the United States, Brazilian individuals had their own issues to deal with. So the issue of racism was global, and it was worth fighting. It still is. But then it could be applied to local examples and to local situations, to fight local situations. But that is interesting to see that apart from the political organized movement, there was the emergence of this global urban culture who not only share the same interest for political agenda, but also the same interest for items of consumption, for example. We could go a bit further in time and look at the emergence of the super brands and the massive use of marketing strategies back in the 90s that to some extent reverted the order of offer demand and taught us that, for example, having an iPhone means something. And having an iPhone means something not only to Brazilians. We can easily see Australians waiting in a line for the next Apple release. So this is something that refers to a global urban culture of consumption, so to speak. And what is local in that? What is the local layer of that? Well, possessing an iPhone means a lot everywhere you go, but to possess an iPhone, you have to work more or less depending on the local context you are. So this was also induced by social networks, but it has, of course, a great deal of participation of marketing strategies and super brands and big companies in the shaping of this global urban culture and these global identities we can easily see today at play. Speaking of social networks, and I remember Hugo saying that our early editions of the Hemispheres Connection were held at Facebook because it made sense then. We had users, our students, teenage students, young adult students using Facebook on a daily basis. So it made sense for us to keep the Hemispheres Connection happening there. But looking at those numbers, we understand why we decided to move from Facebook to Google Classroom, for example. So speaking of social network sites and their numbers, we can see that Facebook is still the main social network used by people around the globe. It has 1.63 billion users accessing its platform every day. However, users 65 years and older are the fastest growing group on Facebook. Why is that? Because teenagers are using Facebook less and less as compared to the previous years. So teenagers are migrating to other social networks such as YouTube, which is not a traditional social network site if we compare to Facebook, for example, but it can be considered a social network site because it has common characteristics such as like reacting to videos, for example. You can post material, you can react to material, you can follow accounts, you can share material. So because of those common characteristics, YouTube can be considered a social network, okay? So teenagers and young adults prefer YouTube, Instagram, Snapchat, and maybe even Twitter, but they are leaving gradually Facebook and preferring other platforms. Now, again, it's worth talking about social networks because they provide us with very, very rich intercultural material. And I'll show you during my presentation 3 examples of intercultural experiences being held or delivered in social networks. They have different degrees of commitment to educational objectives. The first one I'm showing you was brought to me by a friend who was on TikTok. I'm not a TikToker, but she brought this content to me, and I went to Instagram to find this indigenous lady that lives in a community in Manaus. Of course, her experience online has no intentions to be educational nor academic, but it's worth studying. The second one, I'm talking briefly about the Hemispheres Connection that was already presented in part 1 of our seminar today. And the third experience will be the Natal Gaza online exchange. That among the 3 experiences I'm bringing to you, that is the one that has that was developed in a more academic fashion, and I will explain that later. Okay. First of all, let's focus on this lady here, Mayra Gomes. She's Brazilian. She's from Manaus. She's from an indigenous community called Tatuio, and she lives in this small village in the middle of the jungle. And what surprises me is that at the same time she is displaying her roots, her background, her cultural background with the paint on her face that means something to her culture. But at the same time, she is wearing this t-shirt where you can read Coca-Cola, which is a super brand, an American brand. And on the other picture, still in the middle of the jungle, she wears a t-shirt where you can read Los Angeles. Well, this is interesting because Adrian Holiday, that is an author that studies the availability of cultural products in this so-called cultural supermarket, global cultural supermarket, would say that, well, this is easily explained by the fact that the American culture, because it's more privileged as compared to other cultures around the planet, has more products available in this cultural supermarket. So this is a possible explanation for the use of t-shirts where we can read Coca-Cola or Los Angeles. And I have to admit that in my study, when I was studying Maida's case, I found out that I had a great deal of ethnocentrism myself, although I consider myself to some extent someone interculturally developed. This is the competence I try to develop in my students, the intercultural competence that involves interpretation and that includes the exercise of breaking stereotypes. But I was stereotyping myself when I saw this indigenous lady wearing those t-shirts. And then I thought, how can an indigenous lady in the middle of the jungle be wearing the internet or knowing about those super brands so easily? So that was my deal of ethnocentrism. And it's important to recognize that, because when we tell our students that they should be open to new experiences, that they should work on stereotypes, they should understand and comprehend differences, we have to walk the talk before we say, right? We have to do that exercise ourselves in order to make it easier for them to do their own development. So this is the beginning of everything. Maida didn't have any intention to be educational, but rather she's providing good material for discussion in classrooms and intercultural environments. I have more to say about that, but I'll invite Renata, another panelist, to take it from here, because she will talk more details about her community, and then I'll come back.
So let's introduce Renata Ionescu. Renata has a PhD in linguistic studies from the Federal University of Mato Grosso do Sul. She teaches at the Federal University of Rondônia, and she's the leader of the BRAZ-TESOL Rondônia chapter. And we're very happy to welcome her to our panel. Renata?
Hello, can you hear me?
Absolutely, yes.
Great. So thanks a lot for inviting me. It's an honor to be here with you all. And this issue is really interesting to talk about. And the observation that Bruno was having, it's the same as me when we decided to talk about that. So that's really interesting that we have the same feelings and thoughts about this case, this amazing girl. And I'm going to talk a little bit about her, about my observations in this intercultural perspective. So, as Bruno said, she's from Amazonas, yes, the state of Amazonas, close to Manaus City. And she has more than 300 followers on Instagram. And she has almost 2 million followers on TikTok. So that's a lot. And every day she's getting more and more followers. I visited her community last year when traveling was a normal thing, right? So I traveled there, and I didn't know about her Instagram account, or I didn't know that she was known. And so thanks to this amazing group, this amazing city, that I knew about her. And it's interesting to think that probably I saw her in person but I didn't interact with her. And now I can interact even more. I know more about her that I would have if I'm there, because she shares her daily life. So that's amazing. So as she is like global and she's around the world now with the social media, she's also in her traditional community, talking about her life, her way of seeing things, her culture. So this for me is a great example of negotiating local and global identities. So we are creating and negotiating our identity online all of the time, and even more intensely nowadays with this pandemic that we are facing. For example, my little nephew, he doesn't live in the Amazon area where I live. So me and Paulo, we live in Rondônia, the state of Rondônia. So we are part of Amazon area. So he doesn't live here. He lives in south of Brazil, for example. And I told him to follow her on Instagram, and he didn't have Instagram. He had, because he's small, he's like 10 years old, but he has TikTok. And I was like, so let's try to find her there. And we found her there, and he really, really loves it. For him was like, really? Is like that it works? And it made me remind of what John said in the beginning of this event. He said that dogs, cats bring us together. And I would add, not only dogs and cats, but small sloths, for example, because he told me, did you see that she has a picture of, or somebody has a picture of a sloth in her Instagram? And I was like, really? So this really catches his attention, the dogs, the pets that she posts in her website, in her Instagram account. So we are creating and negotiating our identities online. And I think that probably when people talk about a traditional community for him, and somebody tell him, this tribe or something like that, probably he will be reminded of Mayra and her community and what she has shown. So it's really important what she is doing. And we are not saying that it's right or it's wrong, but she is catching attention and people are seeing her. So probably from his perspective, he'll have less stereotypes from an indigenous community, or at least different ones, because this is all new. So we don't know where it's going to lead us. So probably it will happen. And also when Bruno said that he had to reconstruct himself about that, when I was in this community, I noticed that the internet was better there than in the hotel that I was staying in the city of Manaus. And I was like, no way, you're joking. But why not? They deserve it. And I was feeling myself like, no, they have the right of having that. So, but for me, it was really hard to believe that they have like a really good internet. So it's part of us, it's part of our identity, our stereotypes, that we do this kind of things. And probably my nephew, who's really young, he will not have this kind of things, stereotypes, because for him it's normal. I follow her, she has a good cell phone and good internet, it's normal. Not every community has that, but for him, all the communities maybe will have to have internet. So that's very different. So in this picture that you are seeing him here in this slide, there is his dad, and it's a video on TikTok. And it's interesting that the people who follows her, they ask questions. They ask questions to her about different things about her community. And one of the questions was, how old is your dad? And she filmed him explaining that he didn't know his age because his parents didn't go to have his birth certificate, so he doesn't know. And that a friend of him told him, if you wanted to have, I don't know how long ago, if you want to have a job, you should have your ID, you should have your document. So it was because of he wanted to have a job that he tried and was looking for to have an ID. And it's really interesting because when we don't have an ID, how can we prove that we exist? How can we ask for our rights as a Brazilian citizen? Talking about identity, this is a great example of the huge difference that Brazil has, even around the country that we are in. And he explained that now he changed. Now, different from his parents, his children have documents, they have ID. So as we say, our identities are always changing, and he changed. Not so lately, he changed some years ago. So that's really, really interesting. So some of other questions that people ask her is, for example, if you speak your native language, why don't you speak in this language? And she was like, well, if I speak in this language, my language of my community, how can you understand me? So this is another stereotype that we have. And another question that she answered was, are you afraid of animals? Because I saw some and I selected some that I really find it interesting. And she said, I know you might think that because I live here, I'm not afraid of any animals. But yes, I'm afraid of some animals like snakes and the small lizards. Do you know, John, what's lagartixa? Are you afraid of that? And she's afraid of lagartixa. So that's really interesting when we think that people might think that she's not afraid of any animals, like because she lives in the forest. So that's really a huge a stereotype. It's really strong. And from an intercultural point of view, we as teachers, we should gently talk about the stereotypes in classroom, these interactions that we have abroad or inside of Brazil, because many people from south of Brazil, south of this country, for example, they have no idea how is the culture in north, in this space where Paul and I are talking from. And with these interactions, talking about different cultures, that we reconstruct our own identity and become better people. So in intercultural education is based in these constructions of giving value, trying to make this equality relationship in which difference is seen as an important fact. So these differences, they are there for us to see how big the world is and how different we are from each other. And this is amazing. This is to make people to be close to each other and to make us better people. So now I want to give the word, like not the floor is yours, but the screen is yours, Paul.
Okay, thank you, Renata. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Right. So, good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to have the opportunity to participate in this meeting. I greatly thank the BRAZ-TESOL team for the invitation. Well, when thinking about the thematic proposal for our meeting, negotiating local and global identities on social media, what we can learn from makeup tips by indigenous Brazilian, I decided to start from my own research experience. Recently, so first, I always worked with Brazilian literature, but recently I challenged myself to advance a little to the field of relations between literature and anthropology. And it resulted in a postdoctoral research project at the Catholic University in Mato Grosso do Sul, the state where I come from. And I am developing my research in a program who studies local development. And we research some relations and cultural relations between local development in indigenous communities. So it is from this space that I bring 2 points to our conversation this morning that I think are pertinent. Although it is nothing new, I think they are valid proposals for us to think about the problem in question. So the first point is a distinction between what we understand as identity when it comes to indigenous people. And I think this distinction is mainly in the way we conceive language in our culture. So on the one hand, we have those who observe, for example, the anthropologist or the white man in the indigenous language, or someone, for example, the researcher that like me. And on the other hand, we have the observed, so the indigenous, the native. And this question we can read in the work by Eduardo Viveiros de Castro. He is a Brazilian anthropologist, and he wrote an essay called Native Relative. And these ideas we can see in his essay. So based on Viveiros de Castro, that I present this idea and this first point. So the observer is a person whose discourse concerns the discourse of native. The native need not to be overly savage, traditionalist, nor indeed the native to place where the observer finds him. And the discourses in question are not necessarily tests, but rather may include all types of meaning practice. So what is essential, however, is that discourse of the observer establishes a certain relation with that of the native or the observed. This relation is one of minor when the observer's discourse aspires to be scientific, for example. And this will be a relation of knowledge. But this token scientific knowledge is also a social relation, since it is the effect of the relationships that reciprocally constitute the knowing subject on the one hand, and the subject he comes to know on the other. So as with our relations, and in this context of relations about two different cultures, this form of knowledge brings about a transformation in the relation constitution when we see the native. So Viveiros de Castro will tell us this relation between who observe and who is observed, or if we can, the relation between anthropologist and native is not one of identity. This difference is nothing other than the knowledge effect created by the anthropologist's discourse, which is produced by the relation between the meaning of this discourse and the meaning of that native. So clearly, this kind of discursive authority is grounded in an assumption of similarity. We are taking, for example, the position of the anthropologist. So if we think in this way, the anthropologist and the native are of the same species and share in its condition. So they are both human, and each of them is positioned in their perspective, cultural, with could be the same. But this is where, and Viveiro de Castro will say, this is where the game starts to be interesting, or in his words, the game starts to be strange. For even when the anthropologist and the native share the same culture, the relationship of meaning between their respective discourses serves to differentiate them. The anthropologists and the natives' relationship with their respective cultures are not exactly the same. What makes the native a native is the presumptions on the part of the anthropologist that the native's relationship with his culture is natural, which is to say intrinsic, spontaneous, and if possible, non-reflexive, or even better, unconscious. Thus, the native gives expression of his culture in his discourse, and the anthropologist just so too. But if he hopes to be something other than a native, he must also be able to express his culture culturally, with which it's to say conditionally and consciously. So the anthropologist's culture is contained in the relationship of meaning that his discourse establishes with that of the native. And the native's discourse, by contrast,
We seem to have had a small technical problem here with Paulo. Please bear with us for a second. Okay, Paulo, I believe you're back.
I think so.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Okay, because my internet is not so good, so sorry about this. Okay, so backing, the first point that I want to talk about is that. So when we are talking about identity, we see this point from different aspects, because when we look and when we observe the indigenous culture, we see they, from our experience, and the identity, when we think identity in its meaning, we have to take care, because identity sometimes construct a total vision, and we need to see they separated and respect the different experience to see the cultures. So the second point that I want to talk about today is the indigenous people are not modern people. So the distinctive characteristics of indigenous identity in this point, we see in these distinctions that the conjunctions between its self-biographical style and the fundamental correlation between personal history and collective destiny at the social, cultural, or ecological, spiritual levels. So there's a difference when we think indigenous identities and when we think our culture or identity, because we are in the modern or global culture and relations, and I don't know if the indigenous people are in this context exactly. So after we can talk about this, but when we think in this question, we can think, for example, in the idyllic vision of Europe about itself and its caricature of primitive cultures, epistemologies, and people, and in this way, that I think that indigenous is not exactly modern people, because the modernity is rational and generate individualization. So in the modernity culture, we have individualization, critical thinking, emancipation, universalism, globalism, and in this way, we have a separation between personal history and collective destiny. While, secondly, traditional culture does not generate rationalization or critical think or emancipation or universalism. Science, it is marked by the strong imbrication between personal history and collective destiny. And one of the results of this distinction is that the indigenous people, for example, they don't separate it, their lives for the nature, for example. And we can see these relations, for example, when we look to literature. If we compare, for example, the point of view of the indigenous people, and we take Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe, for example, or works by Goethe in Germany, we have this this literature from Europe, they construct a notion of absolute subjectivity in favor of the relationship between personal history and collective destiny. So European modernity is marked by the imbrication between personalization, individualization, criticism, universalism, and because of the separation between nature, society, and culture. That is, European modernity is characterized and defined by the separation between personal history and collective destiny. On the other hand, when we study, for example, the shamanism experience, and when we consider the shamanism like some epistemological and political and cultural terms, we can see a break with the modern idea of founding subjective. And I have two examples just to finish my intervention from Brazil. That we have two great books. The first one is by Ailton Krenak. I don't know this book by Ailton Krenak. We can read in English. I don't know if they have translated to English this book by Ailton Krenak, Ideias para Adiar o Fim do Mundo. But in English, we can read this book by Davi Copenalva. He's a shaman from Amazonia too. He is Yanomami. And in English, we can read this book called The Fallen Sky. And in these two examples, we can see exactly this correlation between personal history and collective destiny. And I think that is the difference between our point of view and how indigenous people build their own culture. So for this morning, I just want to talk about these 2 points, and we can talk about this more later in our meeting. So thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation.
Thank you very much, Paul. It was fascinating. And now back to our friend Bruno.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Paulo and Renata, for the very interesting words. It's interesting to see how the ideas of discourse and communicative expectations cross the discussion of identity, the language studies themselves, the social studies themselves, and how communicative expectations define the way we understand community as well. Because when we think of the scientific community, for example, they have expectations about the way knowledge is disseminated. So if the expectations are not met, then you cannot say that the knowledge was disseminated properly. The knowledge is invalid. But that also applies to the way people behave online, for example. I'm showing you a video that Mayra posted in her Instagram account. And I'll play the video and then we discuss about it later. Let me see.
Olá, amores, tudo bem com vocês? Comigo tá tudo ótimo. para quem não me conhece, meu nome é Mayra, sou da etnia Tatuio. E eu Tatuio, essa pintura que eu fiz no meu rosto simboliza ser. E eu espero que vocês tenham gostado. Beijos. Tatuio, essa pintura que eu fiz.
So what we could see was an indigenous girl painting her face and telling the audience the meaning of that paint, right? Seres humanos na natureza. So it matches what Paulo said about a connection between people and nature, right? In her culture. But except for that fact, the way Mayra behaves, the way she teaches how to paint her face is very similar to those Instagram bloggers who post constantly makeup tutorials. So in that sense, we have a clear connection between her local identity, her local values being disseminated, but being disseminated in a way that matches the communicative expectation of social network users. That is why we understand, as Delante would say back in 2013, that our community today has not an exact connection to a geographical space, but rather to a shared communicative interest, because the community of those social network users expect exactly this kind of communication Mayra was having with her audience, right? She was telling the audience about the values of her local community. And precisely what she shares in her videos and in her posts is her everyday life, like painting the face, preparing the food, how to collect, to harvest acai, for example, which is very popular worldwide today. Her brothers and members of community learning how to swim in rivers. So this is, so to speak, how they practice sports, the pets they have, the food, the cultural traditions. That's what she shares in her account. And that's what interests the viewers, her followers, more than 300,000 followers on Instagram, right? So now I'm moving forward to another experience. This was amongst the 3 experiences presented in this session this morning, starting from the Hemispheres Connection, going through Mayra's account, and now arriving at the Natal Gaza Online Exchange. I would say this one was the one with more academic shapes, the more academic, it was developed in a more academic fashion, since it was part of a bigger project conducted by the Durham University in the UK, that had to deal with the ideas of exclusion, marginalization, and how those ideas, how those situations interfered in the uses of language and in the manifestations of culture. So this project put together students, university students here at the Federal University of Rio Grande do Norte and the Islamic University of Gaza. The idea was that they could connect, they could interact based on creative texts about exclusion, marginalization, produced by themselves. So students in Gaza would produce poems speaking about those themes, while students here in Natal would produce flash nonfiction texts about the kinds of exclusions they face here in Brazil. It could be digital exclusion, it could be economical exclusion, it could be social exclusion, whatever. So they would decide what they could write about. But the idea was that they could interact based on the text, right? On the kinds of texts they would produce. But it seems that they had different plans, because the focus of their attention was exactly the same people had, for example, in the Hemispheres Connection, pets, books, cultural traditions, free time activities, etc. And the exact same interests people have when they decide to follow Myra's account. Here you can see the list of interests people have. So instead of interacting significantly, which was what coordinators expected, about exclusion, marginalization, tough topics, they decided they were more interested in speaking of routines, sports, cultural traditions, places, pets, and typical foods. And one of the most successful posts made in the group was this. I'm showing you now. This was a video of Palestinian girls speaking of their reading society and about life in the university. But of course, they told about life in Gaza as a whole. So I'm showing you the video.
University of Gaza, and I'm going to introduce. Good morning, our dear Brazilian friends. This is Noha Afifi coming to you from Gaza, Palestine. Today I am here at the Islamic University of Gaza, and I'm going to introduce you to our dear friends at the Reading Club on campus. Hi! We asked them what being a Palestinian means to them. Let's hear their answers.
Hi there, my name is Sarah, and Palestine means to me dabka, which we dance it in weddings, and also when we make some ma'iyah and gather the whole family and all neighborhood and celebrate together.
My name is Zaina, and to me, being Palestinian means to be rebellious and finding a way to live life no matter what it throws our ways.
My name is Khulud, and I think that being Palestinian means being divergent.
I'm Noor, and Palestine means mother for me.
This is Isra. Palestine means to me family, friends, and society.
Hey, it's Had from Palestine. Palestine means to me family and pure love.
Hello, this is Malak. What being Palestinian means to me is that you have 999 reasons to be sad, but you go for the one reason to be happy.
Hi, this is Rahaf, and what being Palestinian means to me is going through a lot of hardships and at the same time knowing that you're not the only one.
I'm Hibam, and being Gazan to me is that I can go to the sea whenever I want.
This is Dina, and being a Palestinian, you ate a great food.
And last but not least, being a Palestinian to me means being at home. Thank you very much for listening to us, and we hope to hear from you very soon.
So if we compare the video posted by Myra to the video posted by the Palestinian girls, we see a very similar behavior online. Well, they are talking about their traditions, they are talking about their everyday life. It's very interesting to notice how the Palestinian girls defined Gaza, family, mother. So they have a very, very strong sense of connection. They also define their life, their characteristics as rebellious, for example, so which has a lot to do with the hardships they go through every day in their territory. But at the same time, they communicate with the audience using the same strategies. They behave similarly. And we can say that this behavior has to do with their global identities online. The behavior they shape and they display in those videos is possibly induced by the platform they are using, which is a social network site. So this is how, in terms of communicative expectations, this is how online users expect people to communicate in a very agile language, in a very informal kind of speaking. So this is what I had to say about Gaza, and now I would like to show a few numbers for you. This is Mayra's account, Mayra's Instagram account, Cunha Poranga Oficial. Cunha Poranga, by the way, according to Mayra herself, means beautiful lady in her language. So this is Cunha Poranga. In that video I played for you, she has 2,946 likes. So people reacted very much to the video. They liked the video, but she has only 73 comments, which corresponds to less than 2.5% of the whole number of interactions she had in that video. That is similar to what I showed you when we were talking about the hemispheres connection. The number of likes and views tends to be bigger than the number of comments. And if we go to the Natal Gaza online exchange, that, by the way, was also developed on Facebook. And why was it developed on Facebook? Because once we already knew that young adults and teens were already leaving Facebook. Because that process is not synchronous. If you analyze the different parts of the globe, people in Gaza use more Facebook than people here in Brazil. So we decided that that platform would fit our interests and would be suitable for both ends. So that is why we decided to develop the Natal Gaza online exchange on Facebook, right? So these are the features of the hemispheres connection. And now we're going to see the average numbers of likes, comments, and views during the Natal Gaza online exchange. So they are pretty similar, right? We had the average number of likes being 12.21, comments 2.15, and views 36.15. So this suggests that people actually behave similarly on social networks. They want faster communication, they want to consume more cultural products, and they are not very much interested in writing things. Why is that? Maybe because the social network is a showcase of cultures. People want to look to see, people want to be heard, but they are not willing to be, they're not willing to interact through writing, possibly. So this is something that can guide us to some conclusions or impressions. We can say that, let me see. Yeah, we can say that social networks are means of accessing intercultural material. See, we had Mayra's account that I found, which had no intentions to be educational, but still can be used in classrooms when teachers are interested in discussing intercultural issues. The examples shown suggest a convergence of interests, behaviors, discourses, and modes of communication between users of social networks. So when we discuss about identities, situated identities, we can see that there is an overlap of identities, of social network users and intercultural projects participants in these cases studied. Social networks can be considered spaces where local and global identities meet. Teachers should be aware of the fact that the number of comments and responses can be lower than other forms of interactions on social networks, which means that our generation, that was the last generation to see a world without this massive interference of digital tools, have to revisit the concept of interaction, the way we understand interaction. And a reflection on the results of an intercultural experience in the classroom is essential. by seeing the number of comments, we cannot expect that students themselves will understand the importance of that intercultural experience within the experience, with the experience ongoing online, because they do not share much. It's up to the teachers to promote that kind of reflection in the classroom. So I believe this is all.
And we have just a couple of minutes left. So at this point, I would like to check with our audience if you have any comments or questions that we can address in the minutes we have. We have a few final words in a couple of minutes, but as you share whatever comments or questions you would like to convey to us, let me just start by saying it has been such a pleasure to be here to spend this morning with all of you, with my wonderful panelists, and with all of you students. Also, I have my friends here in the audience. Some of the greatest public school teachers in Rio de Janeiro are here with us. Amy is talking about how during these pandemic times interaction changed a lot too. Yes, I think we can all speak to that, right? The quality of interaction, the ways we interact. And I think that is something we have all observed a lot. How the fact that because we are having to interact in such different ways, those interactions, what we convey in those interactions has also changed. I don't know if any of my fellow panelists would like to say anything else at this time.
I'd like to say something before we go. It's funny to see that almost all intercultural experiences displayed here in this presentation this morning were conducted via the internet, were mediated by the internet, right? But it's also good to reinforce that the way we understand, the way we presented culture here has a lot more to do with social groups rather than a nation. So in that sense, you can even take into account take advantage of offline opportunities to discuss culture. For example, I'll give you an example. 2 years ago, I had a work with my students here, mapping the number of dubbed films in cinemas of the city, in different regions of the city. And we saw that in the poorest regions of the city, the number of dubbed films was much higher than in other regions. So that has to do with consumption, and most of all, that has to do with culture. So we don't need to use online tools only to discuss about intercultural experiences or to promote intercultural experiences. We know that the reality in Brazil, especially for public schools, is not allowing teachers to think of those technological materials and good connections and everything all the time. But this is no reason to abandon the discussion, which is a very important discussion for the moment, because as I usually say, diversity is at the reach of our hands. So teachers, especially language teachers, should address the topic as much as possible and as often as possible.
No question about it. And before we wrap up, let's turn to the leader of the Intercultural Language Education, SIG, Dr. John Corbett.
Thank you very much again. I just wanted to say a few words of thank you to all the people. I am what I would call a digital immigrant. I am old enough to remember a time before the internet. And this entire morning has been a kind of miracle to me. The fact that I'm looking at my screen and seeing people from Poland, from Radonia, from Mato Grosso, from Rio, from Natal, from La Plata, and talking to you from Piracaya, and having Krysia from Poland, and having contributions from Palestine, from Colombia, from Glasgow. This, to me, 25 years ago, would have been unimaginable. And as Bruno quite rightly says, I think you can kill these images, great. As Bruno quite rightly says, the fact that we're communicating by computer can present our differences, but it also gives us a universal, as Paulo says. This is my European idyll. It gives us a universal means of communication, which even, I don't know if you can hear my dog in the background, using this universal means of communication. So this provides us as teachers with tremendously rich opportunities that were not available to us 25 years ago. We're still learning how to use them. Your imagination, your engagement with these possibilities is continually humbling to me. So thank you very much for your interventions today. This is a wonderfully Brazilian word, intervention. I loved the interventions today. I loved the presentations. I loved the ideas, and I loved your creativity. So just thank you very much indeed for everything. I look forward to further collaborations in the future.
Thank you very much, John. And as we wrap up, let us advertise the remaining sessions in our Teachers Month celebration. This afternoon, we have the Young Learners and Teens Special Interest Group from 1 to 5. Tomorrow in the morning, Online Teaching Special Interest Group, and in the afternoon, the Voices Special Interest Group. Then next Saturday, we end Teachers Month with a session in the morning with English for Specific Purposes SIG in the morning and the Business English SIG in the afternoon. And just one more time, as we wrap up, we're going to the next slide, and that's when we thank our sponsors or partners in this endeavor. Teachers Month is an offering of BRAZ-TESOL to all English teachers. All these 14 SIGs presenting throughout this month are doing this. We're all volunteers. We are very fortunate to count on the help of these sponsors that enable us to produce this. And I remind everybody that all 14 sessions have been free of charge for all BRAZ-TESOL members, and all those BRAZ-TESOL members or not who have registered will have certificates for the respective sessions. On behalf of the Intercultural Language Education SIG, I would like to thank you all very much for spending this morning with us. And as we go to our final slide, here is our email address. And we invite all of you to contact us to stay in touch, because this conversation is going to continue. So in our final slide, we're going to have our email address. And we look forward to seeing you again soon. We expect our next international conference to take place in São Paulo next year. Nobody knows right now what shape it's going to have. We're all waiting to see. But one way or another, we are going to be together again very soon. I would like to thank all our panelists once again for your wonderful contributions, and all our audience. Thank you all very much, and we'll see you again soon.